iRacing.
When we were with you with the first round of this championship, it was two duels to the line in LMP2 and LMP3. When it comes to the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, it is about finding your footing every single time you go out and race. But the question becomes now, after the opening round of 3, who now steps up at the mid-round of the championship? We head to a place where endurance racing is in the lifeblood around this area. It's a circuit which we go to the more modern variant of today because it's the Nürburgring Grand Prix variant. No chicanes today as we battle on for 4 hours worth of racing. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone watching around the world. My name is Jake Sperry, and alongside me in the booth for today's action is Sebastian Holmichael. We've got Daniel Costello in the director's chair, and he's using the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. But when it comes to the Nürburgring, it's called the Green Hell when you use the long version, the Nordschleife. But there are still great intricacies that come along from a modern variant of this circuit, which was implemented in as a way to keep racing at the Nürburgring, to stop it falling into an ancient time worth of racing action. Let's take a look with our GSRC track guide, which will give you all the understanding of what makes the home of sim racing so compelling.
Welcome to the Nürburgring. Often overshadowed by its older, bigger brother, the Nordschleife, the Grand Prix course has actually accrued quite a bit of history itself. This modern circuit was built in the early 80s as a replacement for the lesser-known Southern Loop. And while it was updated and extended in 2002, it stayed roughly 3 miles in length throughout its history. However, the addition of the Mercedes Arena brought about a total of 6 different layouts to choose from, with the longest including 16 turns. Though not as fearsome as the Ring, it's technically challenging and carries its own fair share of elevation change. Plus, the types of corners come in a wide variety, ranging from the heavy braking into the sharp hairpin of the first turn, to the swift Schumacher S, which is still not quite flat out in a lot of modern cars. Passing can sometimes come at a premium, and drivers are often forced to get creative if they find themselves stuck behind a competitor. But the difficulty that elicits mistakes means that patience can pay off for those who stay diligent. While Formula One raced here on and off for a few decades, it now mainly hosts GT and touring car racing, along with some lower-tier open-wheel series. In the end, race fans certainly shouldn't overlook the importance of this German circuit. While it may not carry the fame of its counterpart, it holds up well and helps keep this worldwide phenomenon relevant to modern racing.
When I think about the Nürburgring, the one thing that always came to mind was SimRacing Expo, the place where all sim racers would gather and have such amazing sim racing events. So there is always a soft spot in my heart for this circuit and what it brings, Sebastian, but the challenge of it is always going to be really important, because when you're going through the likes then of the opening AMG Arena, you run through the Padgett Racing curve at turn 7, you attack down at the bottom of the track with the carousel-esque inspired corner, and then back up to the top of the circuit at the Hyundai N curve. This is a track that does command the respect of all of these drivers. You can't wrestle against this track and expect to just brute force and win. You have to be patient.
Yes, that's true, especially patience with the multi-class race we have here today. It's hard to overtake in class, and you have to manage the traffic, of course, with the slower or faster classes here. And yeah, great overtaking spot, of course, in turn 14 and 15. But let's see how T1 works at the start.
It will be important to see how that all comes into a factor and plays its part here today, as we're in the Rhineland-Palatinate here of Germany in the southwest, as we get ourselves situated. But with one round in the championship already booked in, it's talking about what now comes of this 3-round championship that comes into play and what these teams all have to battle with. Each team has 2 to 4 drivers that they can put in the car for each and every stint to say, this is how quick we go. Split into 4 classes technically, because you've got LMP2, LMP3, and GT3, but GT3 is also split by Pro category and AM category. Each driver will have an open setup here today, so they are responsible for how quick they tune their car. And of course, there is a custom balance of performance, which is in play today, which will be presented by Therefor Lab, who have been putting together the works in for that. So when you sit down and really understand what makes this difficult, you've got LMP2, LMP3, and GT3, but the LMP3s out there are going to be very similar in the low speed to the GT3s, and that's where the intricacy is going to come. That middle to slowest class is going to have not much difference between them.
Yeah, and of course, always check your mirror, but always have an eye for your opponents. And the style of corners we are having here tonight. Of course, we know the great braking zones, but like the Ford curve here now on the left downside here, seeing from the chopper, it's so insane to go too wide there. And then if you have the opportunity of a 3 wide going through there with in the class overtaking, that could be more trouble for everyone there in the gravel, of course. And with the new system of the track evolution, I expect some dirt on the track and some gravel.
Yeah, and we should be expecting a lot of drivers to sit down today and try and put their best foot forward at a track which has always been very, very difficult to string together the perfect lap. But they've got 4 hours of work that they have to do, and a lot of this circuit seems exactly how it was when it was designed. But I also want to go back and talk about the differences that they made over in the early 2000s with the addition of the AMG Arena, because you've got that massive drop down the hill through to the opening corner, and then the arena proves to be so difficult. It's almost the perfect way to start the lap. It's a very, I would say, difficult place to get full clearance every time that you battle through with another driver.
Yes, of course. It's not only, as you said, the first corner, it's the second, third and fourth. We are now seeing it here, and positioning your car perfectly, not hitting the curbs in a wrong way, too little or too much, and then have the perfect braking point here downhill again, and then very tight corners. And of course you can catch also in sim racing an off track here on the inside.
You absolutely can. We focus here with Brandon Roseborough, who is out there in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing 162 out there at the moment. Now, they've qualified themselves third in class with their effort here today, so Roseborough is going to have a little bit of work here to go and get the other couple of positions. The other driver that they have, I believe, is a former pro Stripe in John Therefor, who is there along with. So very strong team that is looking to put itself together today to try and move up the order and gain the pace. But as it goes here with 1:50, this is your last chance to really understand what the car is doing, what other drivers are doing up there as we watch heading towards the Xiaomi curve. Here, this left-hander, 90 degrees, clearing the Ferrari without too much drama at all there of Manatee Racing Blue and Jan Eike Zanders, who is there. So you get the real understanding of, well, what does each car do around this circuit? What can I gain is my last bit of information around a track today, which is going to pretty much stay quite stagnant. Not much wind and very cold, 27 degrees Celsius track temperature.
That's good for the drivers to not challenge their tires too soon here with some pretty sweet racing temperatures. The sim racing god is good today.
That he very much is at this moment in time, and will certainly be looking to smile on any driver who goes to their best. There is Facundo Rago with Voracious, took the GT3 Pro victory last time out and is looking to do exactly the same thing all over again. That 214 car, though, is going to have a little bit of work cut out, seeing as they weren't able to set a time in qualifying and will have to go right down from the back. Andrej Rajkovic out there as well in 7th overall currently. They're running around with one of the most beautifully designed cockpits out there with 20 seconds to go. You can see having to really work the turn racing wheel, the button box there, the motion sim rig, and of course the VR as well.
Yeah, perfect setup for tonight. Of course, VR gives you the perfect ability to feel the sim race action right at home. I mean, it's less expensive to get a real car.
It is less expensive, but I tell you what, we see a lot of these drivers always looking to push as we will take ourselves over towards the starting grid presented by Thefor Lab. Advanced analytics for sim racing, taking the complexity out of race strategy and performance analysis with professional grade tools and insights. They are partners, of course, for the balance of performance in GT3. But let's talk about who is on top from which positions, and we'll go through first with all of your LMP2 action first. Fastlane RT White on the pole position, have Def Sim Racing alongside for company, with Fastlane RT Red lining up third, with the 0777 team in fourth position. It's then Liper Esports who will line up fifth, along with Havu in sixth position. Unlucky Luke will have Hyperion Racing alongside, but the Hyperion cars will both have themselves 60-second stop and hold penalties, which will be announced on the third lap of this race for incorrect car numbers. Then it's your championship leaders, Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, who are down in ninth, with BP Racing in 10th. The car over the page in 11th in class is the iconic Motorsports Red. Sebastian, you've got your eyes down on LMP3.
Yeah, in the LMP3s, our second fastest class, of course, Team Heusingfeld is in P1, followed up by Delta Sports SimShop 169. Hydro Race, Geodisc Racing, you talked about them, are in P3. Maniti Racing Purple is in P4. Echelon Sim Sports is in P5. Cimatux Sensations rounds up this row in P6. Cimatux Sensations Velocita is in P7. Fast Repair Motorsport, good name, is in P8. Hyperion Racing is in P9, and Iconic Motorsports is in P10.
Just 10 in the category as we look over to GT3s out there at the moment. Fastlane RT are going to be in charge there, with Pro Sports Sim Racing Red, the Addicted Racing Crew, and Delta Sports Sim Shop 289 find themselves third and fourth. Nürburgring Esports Eschbach will go from fifth, with the third of the Hyperion Racing cars in sixth, with Backmarker Racing White and Team Heusingfeld into eighth position. Following on from that is Hellenic Racing Pro and Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Pro, who is out there at the moment. And we look further back then to NJB Performance by Volker Transporter in 11th, Delta Sports Sim Shop 288 in 12th, with NJB NF CAD in 13th, Fury Sim Sport Green, and then the championship leaders Voracious having to go right from the back, 15th in the GT3 Pro category. But let's quickly get GT3 AM out of the way as well, where Evolution SimSport have control over BP Racing 2. Backmarker Racing Green find themselves then in third, with Spin and Toe Motorsport Silver fourth, with Echelon SimSport GT3 AM in fifth, Manatee Racing Blue in sixth, and then the Downforce Duo, who will go from seventh position overall. Now, officially, there will be some penalties as we are just about ready to get the cars rolling off here, Sebastian. So we know that the two Hyperion cars mix their numbers up between their LMP2 and LMP3 entry, so they both get 60-second penalties. But Cimatok Velocita, Downforce Duo, and Backmarker White will all have drive-through penalties at the start for qualifying infringements.
Yeah, that's stuff that can happen, and as I understood the race director, the penalties will be serviced on lap 3, or maybe also issued over the admin system in iRacing. So yeah, that's, of course, some mistakes happens, like with the start number, but of course worse is a qualification infringement, that's for sure.
Yep, and they will all keep themselves alert to what they need to do, as the drivers will now see that the BMW M2 safety car is going to dive its way down into the pits. Pace under the control of Jawad Karoni here for Fastlane RT White. 4 hours then, about to get itself set up in the books. Green flag drops, and we are underway. Karoni with a good start. Christopher Bella, I think, was very alert to that jump from Fastlane as they worked together to get that launch down in towards the opening corner of this lap, trying to really avoid as much contact as possible. Yannick Burkhoff had to be careful there in the Liper Esports car. Luca Dirksen as well, and there's turns in LMP2 as LMP3 get themselves underway nice and clean.
And that's a very nice start also, with no contact, no tussle there, and hopefully also in the GT3s.
Yeah, look at the jump that they've had off the start here. We've got 6 clear, and everybody else seems to be a long ways away. So I don't know what's happened here in your GT3s for the gap that has just developed through this start, because they've all sort of run through in fits and starts here for everyone out there. So there's been a lot of drama, I think, in GT3 off of the get-go. We've got one car limping slow. That's the iconic Motorsport 48 of Matthew Molnar, who's in trouble. And there's Michele Sangali of the 07 Racing 77, who finds himself then dropping down the order. Molnar has pulled it over to an escape road, so I wonder whether he'll get the clearance to tow immediately, or whether it might be an early safety car that we get there. And of course, one car starting from the pits today, the 263 of Chalamporn Asavanon there for Fury Simsport Green.
And maybe also a good idea in an endurance race of 4 hours to make it safe and go from the pits and yeah, make your own strategy work.
Yeah, and that strategy, I think, is going to be rather important. Joao Caroni, though, 1 lap's going to be scored in the books. Race lead over his fast lane red teammate there of Bella. There is Zach Hebert down there in LMP3. Looking around, that is Jean-Claude Pellissier, the Simatox Sensations Velociter there in the 1-2-1, keeping that move there and getting it sorted. They will have Maxime Dumoulin to go in behind the wheel and make that charge. And we've also got side-by-side on the straight, because we've got Tim Matchka, who is fantastic when it comes to racing in any form of category that he drives endurance-wise. He's up against John Butterfuhr for position. It's a star-studded battle into turn 1. No dice there if they try and chase down Cade Middleton at Delta Sports Sim Shop 169 and Fabian Siegmann, who leads in the 148 for Team Hoisingveld.
Oh, and already a car to the pits again. Michele Sangali, 07 Racing.
Black and orange flag.
Yeah, that's not so good, but yeah, that's one car out of so many in this field, so I think that was a good start from all classes.
Yeah, but the issue was what happened with Sangali as he got collected by Henry Salmon of the Harvu team going up through turn 2. So we'll take a look, because Matthew Molnar gets caught up in all of this as they go on by. So through the opening corner, Molnar at the back. So watch the green car and down on the inside. So there's the initial contact. He tries to avoid going to the outside. As the car rolls off the circuit, he gets blindsided, basically, there by Sangali and the 077 car. So Iconic also getting caught out on the opening corners of this race and having that very heavy damage to deal with. Worth remembering, no fast repairs. If you break the car, that's it. You've got to try and fix it yourself.
And that's more than one car needing some hard repairs in the pits. And that's always the question, like, I mean, he's off the track, of course. He did not hold the brakes, but how can he expect that somebody wants to make it around his outside off the track?
No, that is very true. He's trying very hard to get off of the racing surface, expecting everybody to funnel down on the inside, and that's naturally what happens sometimes when you get issues out there. So here's James Bradley here in the 184. This is trying to get a move on Willie Brennan here for Hyperion Racing 2. Now on to lap number 3 of this race. So that Hyperion car will have to have a little bit of a saunter down the lane with all of the dramas that they had to deal with their number allocations mixing up. But Iconic Motorsports definitely searching here out of turn number 3. You got this 90-degree right of turn 4, massive kick of oversteer on the exit there from Willie Brennan, and then the drive just not there, heading over towards turn 5 in the Padgett Racing curve down the hill. So for James Bradley, it's going to be a race of waiting at the moment, but at least for the time being, they keep themselves pretty stable, I would say, at this stage, unless you now have to get this run out of the curve and over down to Goodyear.
Yeah, what a nice battle. First the slight oversteer, now the mistake by the car in front, and we have an overtake in the Goodyear Kieran. No, we don't. Let's go to the Shumiers.
Yeah, and up the hill, this fast left and right, this is probably where we see drivers decide we're not going to risk too much, and as such, no real risk found there by James Bradley, but up into the Xiaomi curve, that's where the next place comes into play, and not quite there. We do have drivers coming in, and that will be for the penalties that we've been keeping our eyes on. They will have 4 laps to serve those penalties, but they have officially been issued. So the Hyperion 144, as we know from 5th position, is going to have to dive in, but they've lost ground here to the front 4 cars out there. Brennan finally losing out then through the Vidal chicanery and taking the penalty immediately.
And yeah, that's the stuff we want to see here. Some nice battles and overtakes. We have so much time to go. 3 hours and 54 minutes, and already the guys are scraping. It's modern endurance racing. It's always a sprint from pit to pit.
Very much is. We watch there the voracious 214 making progress there for Kundo Rago, who will have Tobias Martinez to go in behind the wheel at that point and try and go through. This is Manuel Struka here for NJB Performance by NFCAD, the 278 car out there right now, and in the middle of a massive group, because that is the voracious car there just directly behind them right now of Rago, who looks down to the inside. Henry Perala has to be very careful for VP Racing 2 also, but move made on the dive through. David Babski leads this group for Spin and Toe Silver right now, and on the back of this group you've got Geo Gonzalez for Hyperion Racing 3 and Peter Elson, for Backmarker Racing 3. 6-car train in GT3s.
And as you mentioned him, Mr. Gonzalez, he had some trouble at the start. I saw that in the on the in-game perspective. I don't know what happened there, but everyone left the standing grid basically, and he did not start at first, but now he's rolling, and yeah, it's a good battle here.
It's a strong battle. Rago here through the very, very important corner to get correct here of the Goodyear hairpin. It's a diamonded apex as you go on through and look to try and navigate through as much of the difficulties of drive off the exit, climbing up the hill and looking for any way to get that Corvette to fly through on the McLaren, diving down the inside and getting that wonderfully constructed. Now that McLaren is often touted as one of the best cars to go out there and drive in the GT3 perspective, but that Corvette is proving that it's got a little bit of nip when it comes off the exit.
Yeah, that's always the thing now with the not only with the style of the GT3 cars, but also with the new models of surface and tires. And yeah, they are so different, and there's one GT3 for every driving style, of course.
It always is. Like some that you can just stamp the throttle down, there's others that you have to basically baby round the corners, as we watch with Anti-Terho here and the Def Sim Racing team. Very difficult when you've got yourself the missing ability then of your hearing to know what the car does, so you're very much more reliant on what your eyes tell you, what the feel of the steering wheel does for them. And in terms of how they actually communicate between their teammates as well, they're on their own video call, so to speak, as they go out there and race, and they use little signals as they go out there between Anti-Terho and Ian Anderson to give themselves understanding of what do we want to do, how are we feeling. Here is Johan Rodriguez for Fast Repair Motorsport LMP3 down in 8th position right now, trying to keep this race honest here with Jean-Claude Pellissier and Zach Hebert there for Echelon Simsport LMP3. Through the chicane to that final corner, and finally Simatox Sensations take their penalty.
And it's now also the time for taking the penalties, of course. You have 3 laps after the black flag was given to you, and yeah, you maybe can challenge somebody to cost them some time, but then you have to go to the pits and serve your penalty. And in the end, everyone behind them knows it, so why get into a tussle, because they will enter the pits and they are gone.
Yeah, why should you have to fight so hard for everybody else out there when you can give yourself the space and then choose the right time to serve that penalty? I think that's quite telling here as we watch Henry Perala for BP Racing 2 out there at the moment. This is third overall in your GT3 AM category, trying to get by on the Spin and Tow Motorsport silver car, which is there just in front. So this is an important battle between those two as they look at that class and that position. Rago's gone through the lot and trying to get the voracious car up the order, but what is going to be telling as well is that they've got about 7 seconds here to chase down to Peter Hutchings, who's there driving for Evolution SimSport, who got the fantastic grid position through qualifying and built a very nice margin to start this race. Everyone else still within 1 to 2 seconds after the opening 10 minutes, but it's about 7 seconds here to Peter Hutchings.
And you can see this is typical Nürburgring GP style racing. Nobody can escape anybody if they are on basically similar pace. There is the draft, of course, there's the style of corners. There's not much that you can expect to gain over somebody who's on the same pace. So it's coming down maybe also to some nice tactics and fuel saving tricks.
Yep, and we'll be keeping an eye on those strategies as we go about, because it's a long, long way for hours, and so they are trying to make sure that they navigate through all of their troubles without any dramas at all. And going into the fuel game, making sure you reach the hour is always going to be important for the GT3s, and that is a slow GT3 trying to make its way across the grass. That is Peter Hutchings of the Evolution SimSport team, and they will lose the race lead in GT3 AM, crabbing about like nobody's business. There was contact between them and the Echelon SimSport GT3 Pro, and it was a very weird situation there as we catch a little look then at Hutchings trying desperately to get that car back, but it looks like the rear suspension of that Acura is absolutely caved in.
Yep, that's a crap walk.
Well, this is going to be a long road to try and get that back, and it was all down to the contact that was there. I'm not quite sure what Peter Hutchings had in terms of drive off the exit, but it looked like he'd hit the brakes and slowed down going through, almost as if he'd hit the pit limiter or something of that ilk going through the section of between the Xiaomi corner and Bilstein corner, and that caused a huge amount of drama for the contact to occur. So a very dramatic moment, as I think he may have even was trying to let Thomas Vance go through, and Vance was blindsided by that natural braking. But that will be their race pretty much in the back pocket, and said, well, done early. Antti Terho staying close, so to Twan van der Bel, who is there for Delta Sport Sim Shop 288. It's nice to see Twan out there and trying to challenge the car in front that the Acura wants is the Corvette of Daniel Pillman, then for NJB Performance by Fulka Transporter.
Yeah, also a great racer. I also did share the track with him, with Daniel Pillman, on the Nordschleife, of course, for some races. And yeah, he has the throttle foot where it belongs, so maybe he can gain some positions here.
He'd love to gain some positions, and he's got a little bit of a gap, though, before he reaches the next driver in category, which will be Andrei Rajkovic in the Team Huisingveld car. So that'll be about 3-4 seconds to chase. And here is Ilya Ratiani for the 289 Delta Sport Sim Shop 289. This is eyeing up third position here against the Addicted Racing crew. Christian Guthelan is there and is looking at this going, well, you know what? This is where the next position is going to be important. Guthelan was only 10th over at the opening round of the championship when it came to the Addicted Racing crew at Daytona. So with a little bit more, I would say, difficulties that you have to deal with, the more, I would say, difficult nature of these corners, I think it's going to be important. Let's take a look, though, here, Sebastian. This is what happened to Peter Hutchings.
Oh, no. Yeah, you may be right there.
So just hits the brakes. And if you're Thomas Vance and you're in that position, Sebastian, what can you do to get out of that?
Can basically have the reflexes of Batman, but I don't know what to expect there. It's it's totally unexpected in that situation.
Speaking of which, there are words coming in and penalties coming in, and it looks like Lahavu 24 has been dinged for minor contact responsibility. That would have been on lap 1, so Henry Salmon will have to come down into the pits and serve that penalty. They've got Ossian Puhako, who's a good friend of ours here at the Global Sim Racing channel, who will also be diving in the car later on in this race, and also the 228 fast lane RT car, Jeremy Rouleau. He's going to have to dive in. He's got Sasha Anglesey, who can go in the car with. And this is what happened to Hellenic Racing Pro on the replay. So this is Shakalolu Akis, who is there going through turn 3, just looping the back. Very easy to do in the Porsche.
Yeah, as you said, there are cars which you have to take like a baby through the corners, and especially the Porsche is, he is a beast.
Yeah, that Porsche 992 GT3R is very, very difficult as Yannick Burkhoff continues on here for Leipert Esports, the number 10 entry out there right now. This is going to be for 6th position on BP Racing. This is Tommy Kallio-Kujala, who is there for BP Racing, that he's trying to find a way by along this front stretch, going over 230 kilometers an hour, up over 250 at the moment. The straights here around this Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, some may argue, if you want to overtake, are about 50 meters too short to try and find a move. This is why this is a thinking driver's track here, the Grand Prix layout, because you have to try and plan your move out in advance.
And now we are in the window of traffic management, and that's what's so interesting about multi-class racing. You have your opponent right there. Maybe you can even box him here behind the GT3, and yeah, oh no! Oh, and get yourself into trouble.
That was Shalampur Nasavanon, Fury Simsport Green, who would not have been expecting the big lunge from Yannick Burkhoff to try and get by both. Fortunately, they stay on the circuit, and there isn't much that they can do to say that went wrong. Christopher Bella, though, fast lane RT Red, they've just lost the place over to Antti Terho and the Def Sim Racing team. So fast lane Red losing out through the traffic that they've had to try and navigate through. And over the last couple of laps, that work has certainly put itself into play. They've lost contact with the fast lane RT white car of Jawad Karoni. They're now 2.5 seconds down the road. But Terho now holding that second position in play, and now looking to try and build a margin from what they have as they've gone through. They know how important it is, because for the fast lane cars right now and Def Sim Racing, none of your top 3 right now in this race were top 3 at Daytona. This is a big points day.
If you can keep it on a track, of course. And if I see the timing, like it took around 16 or whatever minutes for the first go around of the fastest class. So this will be, yeah, a very exhausting rest of the race with all the lapping going on. And yeah, maybe for the team manager to make the right call for strategies, maybe to get out of the traffic at some point when it benefits you to pit 1 lap earlier.
There's the penalty being served by Henry Salmon as John Burtenboer continues on to get close in the Hydro Geodesic car. That is now Cade Middleton that they've caught at Delta Sport Sim Shop 169. So it is starting to get a little bit close to Machka. Happy to sit there in Manatee Purple, but looks over to that inside going through turn 3. This 90-degree right of turn 4 feels like so much more because you're desperate to put the power on. It almost feels like a hairpin. But Machka, if he's got the drive here over towards turn 5, he might have a look. No chance there. They'll drop down the hill for possibly the toughest braking zone on the track, the Paget Racing Curve. There is so much undulation through that corner. It's so easy just to throw yourself in the gravel on the exit.
And now it's the matter of what are you capable of in the dirty air and not touching the gravel here in the Schumacher corner. And yeah, as you said, it's up to now, it's not what somebody would expect here to be in the kind of situations if you're having a penalty, but it is the case for some people, and this is the thing we want to have, and maybe the drivers already like that they have challengers who are up to pace with their own.
Gil Gonzalez then down the pits. This is a penalty for a start infringement and only a drive-through. So Gonzalez then able to return back to the circuit for Hyperion Racing 3, but they are now down at the bottom of their category of class in 15th position. So a lot of work to do. Machka again staying close, and they've got lap traffic of their own category to get by. This is the Hyperion Racing 2 car of Willie Brennan that they're going to have to try and navigate by in the opening 25 minutes of this race. Machka so aggressive on the brakes through turn 3. He's got a lot more confidence to throw his Ligier in through the corner compared to what Jean Therefor can. Therefor only needs to try and stay with Cade Middleton, but he's struggling to do so at the moment.
And Tim Matzke, of course, one of the fastest guys in every car. You can put him in basically every car, and he is at the top front. And he shows it again with the confidence on the brakes. And yeah, the confidence, of course, creates the pace in the end.
Absolutely it does. The more confident you are, the more likely you're going to keep that right foot forward onto the floor, the more likely you are going to benefit from the downforce levels that are provided by that LMP3 with the rear spoiler high up on the wing and the profile of the Ligier, and then it gives you that ability to throw the car in more and gain more pace. It's why we talk about it so often. The only way that you drive fast in downforce dependent cars is legitimately just drive faster. It feels counterintuitive and not helpful to say, but reality states it is actually quite helpful to say it.
That's true.
Machka close again, but there is Perala now up to second in class there in your GT3 AM, and looking for the race lead. Your top three in GT3 AM all together, spin and tow, led by David Babski. You got Henry Perala, who is there in second position for BP2, and then Backmarker Racing Green, who have Backmarker Racing White in the middle of them, so not for category. Peter Elson is trying to get through. Stefan Jones is being effectively their bridge forward, but they're struggling to hold that pace right now. Down the hill, Paget Racing curve once again, and Babski here hasn't really stepped out of line, hasn't really done anything too untowards with this race. They've just been happy to sit where they are, not really look around at too much that's going on, because Perala has not really been in a place to go and give a full attack. It's pressure, but it's not full pressure, as here comes Facundo Rago straight down the inside of the Xiaomi corner, and Thomas Vance, who was involved in that contact earlier, has nothing to say by comparison. That is a comfortable move through of Corvette versus Acura.
And that's maybe not the last battle on this lap, which can change the position. And as I said, yeah, Daniel Pillman did catch some cars and maybe catch some places.
Yeah, and trying to find those places, trying to find that movement, and running through after not setting a time in qualifying. There's a lot for it. There's the Hellenic Racing Pro team now trying to get by for NJB Performance by Fulker Transporter, and it's not close enough here and through the opening corner. They've also got Delta Sport Sim Shop they're trying to get by as well, of Twan van der Belde, who is there in the mix. So this is some brilliant mid-pack scrapping that we've got going out right now in GT3 Pro, but at the moment, at the front, it's the 228 team that have that control at the moment. Jeremy Rouleau, who finds himself there. That fast lane RT team, by the way, was second over at Daytona to Voracious, so they are certainly taking advantage of that. With no composite performance here today, you sit down and you look at what Fastlane have got. This was the ideal start for Jeremy Rouleau and Sacha Anglesey to say, right, we want the best possible platform to start, and they're building it with the margin that they've got. 2 seconds over Pro Sport.
Oh, trouble again, of course. And I checked some of the incidents. There's not much, but maybe here's the next one. works like a charm. There's the confidence again.
Oh, he's not clear though, and that's important. Finally, he gets it. Siegmund's got his gap, but it's going to be crucial there. Through on Therefor, but Kane Middleton there, very similarly coloured green and black machines there, finding it together. You've got the little bit of silver that helps you understand differences between the Manatee team and the Delta Sport car, which is out there. But at least right now, it is Tim Majka trying to make some progress. They've dropped about 5 seconds to the Heusinkveld 148. They'd love to try and gain that time back up the hill to the Vidal chicanery. Now, of course, they're not running the tight Grand Prix chicane here. They're actually running the much more flowing BES World Endurance Championship style chicane, which is out there. So it gives that much more natural process to fly on forward through that corner, Sebastian, and you really get a look at what you have to do. You lose that braking zone, but it does also prioritise a lot more. And look at that, they've got 4 pieces of lap traffic to try and navigate now.
Well, he's calling for trouble and calling for late braking, of course, also. And yes, you're right, the WEC chicane we are driving here tonight, that's really a flyer. I love to drive it in any car.
It's a really quick section of road there, and you can often tell who's a little bit more committed through that section. By Stefan Jones goes 1, and he's going to the outside. It's Tim Majka to make that 2 at almost 1/8 distance here in this race already. And LMP3 and LMP2 will be looking around probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes now here, Sebastian, at their pit stop strategy, because they can't go the hour.
And also with fuel saving, of course, that doesn't save you from the last minute splash and dash we will have to expect.
No, it definitely doesn't. So that splash and dash important. Moritz Weinrich here for Marshmallow Racing Team Frieda, the championship leaders overall and in your LMP2 category right now. Looking at eyes on Lucas Dirksen for position. This would be for 4th, and they've just quietly been toiling away with the laps. They lost a 10th, though, on that last lap. Little search down to the inside here, heading through turn 3 and exiting the AMG Arena here at turn number 4. And for Moritz Weinrich, this is where you sit down and say, well, you don't have to go and make this move immediately. This is about just keeping yourself with an option for later on in this race. They're still within 10 seconds of the overall race lead. There is still a lot of time for them to build that gap. But if they can't go up to the top, the question they're asking is, well, who's their main rival? And I'd say it's the 10 of Lippert who are behind them. So they're doing what they need to at this moment, as there is Peter Thomas for Nürburgring Esports Eschbach, trying to find a way up the order. And it's always nice to see the Nürburgring Esports team out there at the moment at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, that's for sure. And also, of course, they call all their teams after important corners on the Nordschleife. So it's, yeah, they love it and they love sim racing. And of course, it's good to see them here on the track.
Yeah, and they're on the track. They're doing a good job in that 5th position. They're battling the Delta Sport Sim Shop 289 as Majka down the inside looking for drive. Middleton leaves just enough room, grabs a little bit though of the gravel, and now at the Schumacher S they are going to have to go side by side, and there's only just enough room. Contact between them as they hit the top to the Xiaomi curve. They go, and the inside's there for Kane Middleton. Does Majka fly around the outside? He'll have the inside for Bilstein here, which is the defining right-hander. He gets the move done, brilliantly done by Majka, and now he'll build the advantage through the Balkenbogen and away.
If this would be a working shift, he could clock out now. What a work of an overtake.
Simply magical in the way that pass was constructed by Majka, well up over the left-hand side curve. It's a very high curve there, very asimilar to what you see on the Nordschleife, and almost the Tony Hawk rail, so to speak, as you go through that section. But Majka gets his pass done and is happy. And speaking of movements again, Facundo Rago is dicing his way through the order. This time, Shakalolu, Akis losing out for Hellenic Racing Pro. So the Greek-based team finding themselves then losing out. They'll have Christos Livanovnos in behind the wheel for them. So to see Livanovnos in will be great for them in the second half of this race. But next up for Voracious, it will be Daniel Pillman and then also Twan van der Belde. So those two will be looking in their mirrors, seeing just how quick Voracious is running.
And we are just a half an hour in this race and had so much fun already with, of course, the Mansko overtake is my highlight up to this point, but also the fair starts. Of course, we had that one incident with the crash, but overall, this is a really, really fine racing. SimRacing Republic presents here.
Yeah, we've got some wonderful racing that is going on at the moment and will only continue to do so. Weinrich there for Marshmallow Racing Team Frieda continues to remain close here to Lucas Dirksen, who did have a good turn of pace there for Unlucky Luke Racing over at Daytona. Didn't quite manage to find what was needed, though, to get the result that was wanted, but dancing about through turn 3 and then in towards turn number 4, exiting the arena once more. You find that you are looking at where do you find the power. This is very much a downforce dependent circuit in the sense of getting all the lap time out, but you normally go to a little bit of a lower downforce package when it comes to racing, because that gives you that opportunity to go and make the moves, to get the overtakes. And I think that's where the factor of where this race comes into play is big. A little wide there through the apex for Lucas Dirksen, but again gathers it back up off the exit, and this drive all the way up the hill is now theirs.
And it seems to me like Moritz is just staying behind him, making him feel not so comfy. And then there were several corners, like also turn 3, I guess it was, where he did make his opponent run a little bit wider than he wanted, because maybe he's driving with one eye in the mirror, always expecting the attack.
All this is big that's come in, and it's the 219 Pro Sport Sim Racing GT3 Pro. They've just been given a black flag for a start infringement, so they are going to be in a world of trouble out there from second position overall. Facundo Rago stays close, hoping for a move for the voracious 214, eyeing up Daniel Pillman for that place through the Schumacher X, over to the Xiaomi corner, then this next 90-degree left-hand bend, and on the brakes, searching for that move. No dice on that one just yet, but they are moving through the group one at a time. They've already dispatched of Shakaloluakis and the Hellenic Racing Pro team.
Yeah, and car number 219 takes the penalty right away. Milos Pavlovic now in the pits, taking the penalty. And yeah, also a driver I shared a cockpit at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So it's a very, very sad for him, of course, but I'm happy to see him here.
Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted this penalty, and neither would his teammate, who is actually one very, very underrated sim racer in the world right now, who's doing a lot in terms of the world of sim racing. Danny Giusa is going to be in behind the wheel of the 219 Pro Sport team, but we will need a little bit of help now out there as Akis continues on close with Rago through. It's now Shakalolu's turn to dive down the inside of turn 3. Needs to drive out of 4. Very difficult to go around the outside there, especially with Joan Rodriguez, who was there in the LMP3, just about getting the drive to clear them both.
And it's good to clear them. We have seen how it can end here in these couple of corners with traffic, so they can race their own race again. And as we said before, or as you said before, there's also coming faster GT3s from the back, so they have to keep up their pace.
Speaking of moves, GT3 AM has just changed over, going through turn 5. Henry Perala through on David Babski. So Spin and Toe Motorsport Silver now fall down the place and have work to do. David Babski will hand over the car at some point in this race to Tamas Fogas for that change when it comes to the car in front of Henry Perala, the 391, lowest numbered car in this field, 391. Paavo Marlo will drive in behind the wheel then. So the all-Finnish team up against the all-Hungarian outfit now, looking at these battles. But Perala now trying to run away and getting a little bit of help with the traffic to go and make that happen.
Also, this is not a position where you want to have the traffic. And he's going for it into the fast chicane. But I think he lost not too much there.
No, it's very easy to just roll out to the throttle and then just gain the drive on the exit just by stamping the foot down a bit earlier there. So I think Henry Perala did that fantastically. Akis now having to look behind for a position change here. So this is going to be that Pro Sport red car of Pavlovic trying to recover back through the field. So the Acura moving through at turn number 3 and just, oh no, not getting the clearance. Contact between the pair. Thomas Vance sits on the back, and it's going to be Hellenic Racing Pro who lose out the place there for just how close they were battling each other there through the corners. Room was given once, and at every point you'd say racing room was given.
It was a little bit close, but of course racing is rubbing, mostly without a netcode, of course. And yeah, great stuff here again, and more traffic coming up.
There's traffic here, there, and everywhere you look out there on the circuit, and we are very close to that 40-minute range. Let's take a replay then and see just how close that one got. So this is Petter Tamar, who's in 4th position. So what has... Oh, that is clumsy, and I think that might be with the the Delta Sport Sim Shop team there of Kate Middleton. It looked like they're the contact. So that will be a lot of troubles there for Petter Tamar as he's dropped down at least a place or so as he's tried to keep himself in play, 4th position overall. So you can't afford to be catching out too much issue like that. The stewards will take a very important look at that as the battle for 5th continues, and do not count out what's going on right now for your overall race lead. That gap down to just 1.5 seconds. Antti Terho and Joao Caroni are in a very strong race as we focus on the P5 battle here, or the P4 battle I should say, between Lucas Dirksen of Unlucky Luke Racing, and I assume he's Unlucky Luke then, and Moritz Weinrich.
And this battle continues for basically all race long, and I don't know if at some point the attack will come and maybe he has some low fuel laps in the end to create a little gap, but who knows what that tactic is.
Well, we'll soon see it at the end of the first pit stops, which will bring themselves into play. Weinrich staying close, defensive line taken by Dirksen in towards turn 1. In comes the search around the outside, and is he going to try and push him off the road? Pretty much there, using a very brutalist way of holding that place. Lucas Dirksen was not going to want to let that go. Weinrich's not going to take that lying down. He's going to dive down the inside, catches a bit of grass, sliding through the corner, contact off the exit of 3, and still can't find the angle.
A little bit of the Nico Rosberg experience here from back in the day. Let's hope they stay safe.
Just, and I mean just as well, because they were pretty much trading a lot of paint out there and maybe a few carbon fiber body panels which are out there of their cars right now, those Dallara P217. So that's a game of give and take there, because Henry Perala, that was leader in category. Watch out on the rejoin, because they are going to have to scatter left and right and centre to avoid that. So big dramas there as they went through the Xiaomi curve, and I think it was David Babski who was looking to lunge back down the inside and make contact with the left rear wheel.
Ooh, that was also something. There will be a slowdown, of course.
Let's take a look up the hill, Xiaomi corner. So Perala sees the car on the inside, lifts out of it, and Babski's just late into the corner, just rolls the throttle in and just tags the rear, and there's not much that Henry Perala can do. in that situation. He thinks he's clear and he's got right to the corner, but then just letting off the brakes a little bit earlier, Babski just decides he wants to take command at the 11th hour and the 59th minute.
Yeah, and sorry, what is it called now? The Vidal chicanery, of course, thing was also a very scary moment there. So there's now the gloves are off, and the fighting before the pit stops is at max now.
It very much is, and all of these drivers, I think, just want to get their first stint on the books underway and say they don't have to worry about too much between now and at the end of this race. If they can get a successful first stint down on the board, I would say they've done something very nicely. Here is Shakalolu Akis here for Hellenic Racing Pro, looking at the drive out of Bilstein. Now you've got the small flick right here of the Falcon Bogen, which creates the climb up the hill towards the end of the lap here around the Nürburgring, and you've got the Nürburgring Hotel that greets you at the top as you reach the Hyundai end curve here, which ends out the lap. You can see the sparks coming off there of the Echelon Supersport Acura. You can tell it's running low in terms of its profile out there on the track, just by the way that it was trying to get that drive through off of the exit. There's a number of quick cars around, and GT3 Pro has effectively formed into these tiny battle packs here. It's a group of two here and a group of two there, and everywhere you look there's a group of two that wants to keep itself in play and battling out there on track. Peter Elson now looking for the race lead for Backmarker Racing Green after the slowdown penalty that they had. Now here comes the search in towards the opening corner. Oh, and there's almost contact behind them as they go through. Drive now going to be around the outside of turn 2, which will also be around the outside of turn 3 if David Babski can stave off what Peter Elson's trying to do. Inside will come for Elson, your new race leader in GT3 and for Backmarker Green.
And yet again, telegraphed the message, here I come, and makes it round the outside for, yeah, having the better run out of the AMG arena. Very, very nice.
It's a lovely move, and Thomas Barnes, I think, is going to want to try and take a little bit of the same sort of mentality out there. Now, in comes the penalty for Delta Sport Sim Shop 169, who are third in category. We saw why. It was with Petit Thomas out there on circuit where they had that contact. So Cade Middleton is probably going to have to dive into the pits, currently in a battle with John Therefor and the Hydro Race Shared Desert Racing team, who will now move to the podium. But Barnes here 11th in category, once away through and to gain the place here on Hellenic, but still not able to get that full launch, and that's your overall leader right behind them. Pavlovich wanting to try and recover back through. He's got a good drive here against Daniel Pillman.
And Milos, after his penalty, now on the back of P8, and maybe with a lunge from deep from the field. But it's not over, I guess, or? Oh, they're still side by side.
Just about. Daniel Pillman throws the car back in. Oh, and he gets a hit over the top of the wheel. Pavlovich gets himself dumped over to the outside. They were fighting for the same piece of real estate, and ultimately it was a case of Pavlovich trying to shoot the gap that wasn't there. He almost cut a corner trying to make it happen. So now a couple drivers gain a position, and it shows you how tough they are fighting out there. Barnes and Akis gain their places, and so too respite for Daniel Pillman.
And hopefully no damage to the car. I mean, the contact and the spin is one thing, but it didn't look too harsh. So hopefully we will see that battle again in a couple of minutes.
And speaking of battles, as Barnes now gets the launch off the exit here and gets the clearance for the Schumacher S. That's brilliantly done in that battle. It's also on second in GT3 Pro right now between Christian Gutherlin for the Addicted Racing Crew 223 and then Ilya Ratiani, who's there for Delta Sport Sim Shop 289. So those two doing well. We're going to grab a replay quickly, though, of just how quickly it can go wrong. So Pavlovich here gets himself a good drive, but now the question comes, does he have the clearance Oh, it's very tough. It doesn't look like he moves very much, but it also doesn't look much like there's much movement there either from Pillman there as they went through. It was very much a case of both drivers fighting for the same piece of road.
Yeah, Pillman didn't make the attempt to take this corner very narrow, of course. And in the end, it's a slight margin of breaking down this little crest there and maybe having this slight contact. But of course, netcode maybe not a thing, of course, because two German drivers getting at it here on the server.
This is Jan Eichelfanders, who is up there at the moment, then 5th overall in category right now, and running in through a little bit of troubles here on the replays. This just going to happen, the slow loop at turn 3. We see it quite a bit there. You have to be very careful about the turn and brake. The profile of the corner, there is a slight turn over to the left as you hit the braking marker, and it is very easy just to lock up on the trail brake and lose out, as Weinrich here is really having to put on the pace right now, with each and every single corner being one of battling. Unlucky Luke Racing has been very good at holding that station.
Yeah, but I asked myself again and again, he maybe could get, you could go faster, but if you have to fight so hard for it and make your tires suffer so much, maybe it's now the time to save your fuel. I don't know what the margin is. I remember taking this layout in the last official, where it was some months ago. There's the chance to complete another lap, which you can't in the draft by saving fuel, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and that when you've got the ability to save fuel, not saying that, we are going to get a pit stop here. So just on cue, Moritz Weinrich, I think, is going to send everybody in to start the first pit stop window. So in comes Weinrich, and we'll expect to see tyres and we'll expect to see fuel. In comes also behind a lap down Camden Craft for the Hyperion Racing 144, which is also down in onto the lane. So pit stops coming in, they use the full width of the transfer and then look to try and take their box, getting as much fuel in as possible. And it looks like for Moritz Weinrich, that is not a driver change. There is one in for them ahead, as Alex Caruso is there. Fastlane RT Red, in fact, your top three all in. Caroni there, Anti-Terho, and for Christopher Bella, therefore Fastlane Red, staying in the car as well. So everybody is in pretty much right now. Tommy Kallio Kayala also in for them right now. So everybody is looking around at the stops, and just I'm getting word leaving the pits that Jack Caroni has kept his gap over Anti-Terho, over the likes of Christopher Bella to go back to speed. There's the launch off the exit by Moritz Weinrich, which will say time to go again. So most teams deciding we want 2 stints here, and they could run, I don't know, about 48 minutes on a tank of fuel.
And also it is the correct decision in my point of view to double stint it. He knows the conditions now best, and he can maybe even take the position with the early pit stop. So let's see when the others will pit.
Let's see, and I think it will be soon, as there is Shakaloluakis, who will be one of the last cars you'd feel to pit here in GT Spec. So we have seen those in LMP2 all dive in and make their stops. Unlucky Luke Racing was the team that was out there, but they have now just decided to dive down into the pit. So Lucas Dirksen, you can just see there behind the pit wall, is now making his way down into the lane. Akis remaining close, and I am interested to see where drivers are going to come out in comparison to certain other drivers out there with the laps that they are putting in. So I am hoping to see all of that great racing on the horizon. Expect Fastlane White to retake the race lead overall with Def Sim Racing and Fastlane RT Red, but the real question is going to be where Marshmallow Frida comes out in comparison to them.
couldn't take too long until we get proof of this. Otherwise, maybe they're super fast and fuel saving. I'm always wondering how people can do that.
Well, naturally, when you're super fast and you're fuel saving, you're using the circuit the most efficiently. So that's why you're able to fuel save better when you're out there going quick. And I'm taking a look at Moritz Weinrich here, and he is going to be behind Lucas Dirksen, who has retained the position of 5th out there. So Lipa Esports now will officially be 4th. But this is a very interesting scenario out there, because if you want to talk overall lead here, it's Team Huisingveld, who technically are your overall race leaders by matter of fact if they haven't pitted yet. For 18, your leaders, as Shakalolu Akis continues to fade a little bit here in this battle that we've been keeping our eyes on for the last couple of laps. No real dice then in terms of those moves, but LMP3 currently outright leading with Fabian Siegmann here in the 148 currently. So Manatee Racing Purple will be the team that's trying to chase them down. Jala Caroni will be looking to try and get the lapping process sorted. I have seen a few tracks through the final corner out there on circuit, so I wonder who's gone for a little bit of a ride down at the Hyundai end curve. It's going to be a little ways before we know what's happened there, but it looks like there is a lot that has gone on around this circuit for drivers trying to keep themselves out of any form of respective trouble.
And trouble is anywhere that yeah, we see the traffic. It's in basically every corner, and if you're still in your battle, always keep the eye to the back, and especially now with the pit stops coming in and everything is shuffling, and maybe you don't expect some faster cars popping up behind of you.
Position lost for the Addicted Racing crew. Delta Sport Sim Shop and Ilya Ratiani have made the pass and have got themselves the place. So they've done very well. Penalty in for Backmarker Racing Green, the 325 team out there at the moment. And they are the leading GT3 AMs. They've got an unsafe rejoin penalty and they've been given a black flag.
Oh, unsafe rejoin? Oh, that's bad.
I'd say so as well, and they really have lost out then in terms of where they were, because they were battling with Echelon, SimSport, GT3 and Spin and Tow and all those teams, and now they're going to be at the wrong side of it as they go. Guteland keeping himself close to Ratiani, but Ratiani now stretching the legs then late in the stint. For Delta Sport Sim Shop 289, they do lose out 8 seconds currently to Fastlane RT and Jeremy Rouleau, who have been comfortable in the opening hours worth of racing here around the Nürburgring in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship. So that is going to be really important to keep in mind. And we are noting as well those 70 to 75 minutes that LMP3 can manage on their tanks, very economical in terms of what they manage. So they're going to be saving 1, maybe 2 pit stops in comparison to the likes then of those in LMP2.
Yeah, and that's always, of course, again interesting for the traffic, because even if you lap somebody, he will pop up right in front of you again after you have taken your pit stop. And yeah, maybe this is also something which comes into play later on in the later stages. As we have seen, the LMP2s have max fueled their cars, but maybe it's a good strategy to adapt a little bit to maybe save the splash and dash in the end and make 2 shorter pit stops.
Yeah, and those short pit stops they are trying to avoid as Guteland just batters over the curb there through the penultimate section of the circuit there through the Vidal chicanery, and Guteland dropping back a little bit of time. Andrei Rajkovic having a decent run at the moment for Team Huisingveld in the GT3 Pros. P6 currently right now, and looking around at about the hour with Facundo Rago there just in front, who has made their way through. What a run by Voracious, by the way, back of the field to P5 in an hour.
Andre is, of course, feeling now with his great rig the track again. And yeah, he had some trouble in the opening stages, but now clean air to pick up the pace. And yeah, as I see, he's from the lap times perspective, he's super consistent, of course, and he's getting back in there.
Yeah, trying to find that pace. 55.2 by the car in front of Facundo Rago. 56.9 for Andre Rajkovic by comparison. So for him in the Mustang, losing out by the tune of 1.7 seconds over that last lap. Bez Tamar is next up for the voracious team, as still Shaka Loluakis and Hellenic Racing Pro continue to stare down the back, trying to find a move. Now, this is what's happened to Alex Caruso out on track, and that's a wiggly wobbly moment going through the penultimate section. That's why we saw the tracks they're going through, and it's why you can't attack very hard off the exit of the Vidal chicanery. You grab the curb wrong on the outside, you have to take the entire curb before going through the final corner.
Well, that wasn't the best of days for that overtake, and we have another black flag for unsafe rejoin for BP Racing 2 number 391.
Yeah, and there'll be a team that won't be too happy about that, because they've really dropped now. They're fourth in category. They're only about 4 seconds off a second overall. So I think they are going to be a team that looks at it and goes, well, we're on the same day as Backmarker Racing Green in terms of what we build around it. So drama's definitely befalling those in category. And there goes Jean Therefor off the circuit then at Bilstein. You don't often get to see that out of him, so he doesn't often make those sorts of mistakes, which puts him off the road. I wonder if there was contact there as he went through. I wasn't quite able to see it, but Therefor will not be best pleased. We'll see here coming out of Xiaomi, and oh, the back just steps away. Those Michelins will be screaming.
But still, great catch. Maybe some other people would have spun entirely, but he keeps it back on the track, and also with a very safe rejoin.
Yeah, nice and safe, but it's nice and busy down in front of him, and that is a position lost to the Echelon SimSport LMP3 right now of Zach Hebert, who's quietly been making up the places to put them pretty much then into place and position. And I am looking around at these times here at the moment from the LMP3s, and the leading LMP3s here are doing 49s and 48s. Jao Caroni, for example, 148 in the LMP2. So there's definitely a case of some even keel pace at this moment of the stint. Therefor now dropping another position out there on track. This time it's going to be more that they have to do. So they were fourth, now down to fifth, because of course you got David Soranzo driving well for Simotok Sensations 120. That's not the championship challenging car out there for Simotok, because they know that their other Simotok car, the 121, is the one that's got to do most of the damage. Hebert doing a good job there in fourth.
Hopefully no spin here. Nope. And the NJB GT3 is safe now from the traffic.
Very much safe, but I tell you what, GT3 Ham is not, because there's another penalty that's come in, and this time it's Spin and Toe Silver who get the penalty then for minor contact. So they are flying in thick and fast here in the category right now, with all the penalties that are flying on through. So there is a lot that you've got to try and dissect and understand. Spin and Toe now will have a penalty that they need to serve. David Soranzo happy in third in his category, and is looking at the car in front of Fast Lane RT Red of Christopher Bella, who is there. So just lost out. That was a pass on the road for fifth overall, but the two third-in-class category cars neck and neck with each other, one pit stop versus none.
And the leader leading quite comfy. I mean, the gap was bigger, but in the end, No, it wasn't. It is the biggest up to date with 12 seconds. So, yeah, this is really a dominance of Fabian Siegmann here at this track, and managing the traffic, keeping the lap times up, and yeah, distancing the field from himself.
Getting close then with Thomas Vance at the moment there, dancing as close as you like through that section of road. The Echelon SimSport GT3 Pro there, trying to stay with Shakalolu Akis for Hellenic Racing Pro. And the battle there, Tim Majka interrupting the middle of that at the moment. Not really much to say in terms of their race. They've kept it close together, but we're down the first hour of 4 here at the Nürburgring. I'm going to step off for a couple moments, but you've still got Sebastian Holmichael taking you through through to the start of the second hour with your categories in a very interesting state of flux.
So you're back refreshed, and yeah, fresh is also Peter Elson for Backmarker Racing Green. Of course, this is the lead in the GT3 AM by nearly 6 seconds. And yeah, managing the traffic, of course, is key, keeping your car clean. And we have seen the penalties coming in. This was trouble for several people, not even the penalties in race, but pre-race, which were given by the race directors. And here Jan Eike Sanders also now clear of traffic going into T1 and into the AMG arena. And yeah, he's also in the GT3 AM category, and it's just 10 seconds behind the leader, so maybe there's something possible for him. And of course, in racing, everyone wants to win, but he's got a spin. Sorry for that rhyme time. That's doubling down on the commentator's curse, I think, for going that route. And he's, yeah, very, very damaged now. And as we have spoken about, there is no fast repair, so he needs to get that fixed the hard way in the pits. So hopefully no commentator's curse again for Jeremy Rouleau for Fast Lane RT. Also nearly, or a good 8-second gap. So that should be looking good for him. Andrej Rajkovic in the pits for Team Heusingfeld in the GT3 class. And also Tim Matzke. Let's see if there's a driver change, but there's so many pit stops now coming in. David Soranzo for Simmertalk Sensations, Zach Herbert for Echelon SimSport is also into the pits. So is John Therefor after his little spin there. So let's see if there are some more driver change here at Maniti Racing Purple. So let's see what Joscha Meyer can do.
Yep, so now you're starting to see here everybody thinking about LMP3 changes. So Joscha Meyer in at the car for Manatee, so taking over from Tim Majka. John Therefor happy to stay in the car, but most drivers staying there. Julien Beausire is going to be in at SimTalk Sensations, taking over from the likes of David Soranzo. So now you're getting some really interesting movements going on, as Fabian Siegmann here is probably going to be one of those drivers who thinks, right, now's the time to depart from overall race lead in LMP3 and overall right now down into the pits to get some service and to get back out and racing again. So Siegmann here looking at this pit stop, thinking what the importance will be for the next runs. And with almost everyone in, it will now mean that the Fastlane RT White team return to the front of the field and gain the margin that they will feel very comfortable working with. There is the second car out there at the moment, which is the Fast Repair Motorsport LMP3, which is out there on track, and so certainly hoping to maybe think about that pit window, thinking about a little bit though, but does decide in the end, Sebastian, to pit.
Yeah, some scary moment, of course, if the connections fails a little, but didn't look too much to worry about. Can happen at any time, of course, for that little instance. And another pit stopper, Jean-Claude Pellissier, coming in P3.
We're also getting GTs in. Yannick Dismon in for the Addicted Racing crew. Stefan Jones is in right now for backmarker White. Echelon GT3 Pro with Spencer Reitzmer now in behind the wheel. Pedro Martins, Delta Sport Simshop 288 down in on the lane. And Mike Gallant now has jumped down into the pits too. So there are now a lot of people diving in, saying now's the time. Peter Elson for backmarker Green. From GT3 Am Lead is into the pit. So we are firmly in the pit. Oh, that's close off the XE. You've got to be careful about that on the rejoin. Oh, look at that front from Zanders.
Yeah, we saw that live as you had your little very, very fast pit stop. Jan Eiker did have a problem, lost his front bumper, and needs to have it repaired, of course. But he did take the 2 or 3 laps and not make the pit stop early, so maybe he can get something out of it by making the repair and the fuel and tires.
In the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment, so we will be seeing these positions change about quite a bit, but the two things that we do know is the gaps out there in front. For Fastlane RT White, they aren't necessarily clear here with Joao Caroni, who leads this field, just the 2.7 seconds, the lead over Def Sim Racing, who are there in second. They are giving full chase through the opening stints of this race, knowing that the number 18 team wants to be in play. Christopher Bella then for Fastlane RT Red puts themselves in third at 7 seconds adrift further of that. Then it's Liper Esports in fourth, and then Marshmallow Racing Team Frida makes out the top 5 then in the category. Over in LMP3, it's a 19-second margin right now for the 148 of Team Huisingveld, with the likes of Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3 and the Simitok Sensations Velotica team, who had to battle through a penalty early on, finding themselves in third. They'll be quite happy with where they are at the moment here, gaining those places. Maxime Dumoulin behind the wheel currently. So there's still work to be done by that category. And then we are in a firm pit stop cycle as Fastlane RT Red, Fastlane RT fine right now, as there is Fury Simsport Green down in the pits, and we're seeing a number of teams and drivers just making their exit out of the lane.
And it seems like the pit stops did create some more gaps for some people. Like LMP3 leader Team Huisingveld did. I think they did put 6 or 7 seconds up on Maniti Racing just from a pit stop.
Yeah, they did a good job there, gaining that advantage in the pit stop, just extending out a bit longer, feeling comfortable with the car, and we've certainly seen that. Here is the Echelon SimSport GT3 Pro car, Spencer Reitzmer, who is there behind the wheel currently. They did have Thomas Vans in behind to start, but obviously they have changed their driver at the pit stop, which is a little bit more common that we're seeing in LMP3 and also in GT3 Pros and AMs, because they are taking longer pit stops out there, or longer stints, so to speak. So to get that fair share, you've got a little bit less wiggle room and leeway to work with. Alex Caruso then, 9th position overall for Hyperion Racing, running through and trying to keep this race honest for them in the 144. They are down a full lap at this moment in time, and the nearest category challenger is the Harvu LMP2, which is currently piloted by Henry Salmon, which was a LMP2 effort last time out at Daytona, which was challenging for the victory, at least in the first half of the race. So they are looking to try and recover back, down in 9th position overall, and about 3 seconds off of the Team Huisingveld effort there of the 148 team, which is the team they want to get through. And there is the 077 car, which is now 6 laps down, but still circulating out on track. That is Nicola Radice who is there for them, the Italian-based team. Of course, they've had Michele Sangalli in the car here, Sebastian, but they could go to Lorenzo Zafoli.
And as you said, the gaps are sometimes very big, maybe even a lap down, but nobody gives up and stays in the race. Let's see if they can pick up one lap again, or some competitors which make a mistake, spin or crash out. As we have no fast repair, this is always an opportunity to gain some more championship points. But of course, in an endurance championship, you don't have to think about the one race. You have to think about the whole championship process and maybe getting a leverage over your competing competitors.
Well, this Echelon team will certainly be looking at that, because their main challengers, who won at Daytona, are winning currently here at the Nürburgring. So it looks pretty comfortable right now for the 148 team of Fabian Siegmann, who is there behind the wheel. And they will have Marcel Tait to go to by the time they make their stops. So I think they're in a really lovely position right now as Hebert continues to remain close in his category. He's eyeing up Julien Bosa there for the 120 Simotok Sensations team. So this is for position. This will be for third, and this is where you need the run, and has got it. So Hebert moving over to the right-hand side, looking to try and pick this up. Is he brave enough on the brakes, or is he going to have to try and find a way to continue on this one? And he stands him up through the corner. Bosa did not have any way of fighting that back. Julien Bosa just has to sit back and realise, yeah, nothing I can do. Lunges in at turn 3, but Hebert now has Echelon back on the podium again.
Again from Herbert, this was announced, this overtake, and he was brave enough to brake side by side and take the position, but also there was much room giving in the end. When it's done, so there was no plan for some tussle there in the AMG arena.
Yeah, no reason to fight there. Hebert had the pace, and you can't win the race right now at this position, but you certainly can lose a race like this from the position that they find themselves in. So I think there is a long, long way to go for this one. I am just noticing a couple laps ago an issue for Jochen Meyer. He dropped 8 seconds with a 2-minute .3. He almost ran up the back of one of the GT cars out there, which was Facundo Raga's Voracious car. So they had a massive wiggle that kept them out of the power as they went through, and then up the hill, just finding troubles, and in fact contact between them as they went. So tried to go round the outside, and there's the contact in the corner. Facundo Rago didn't look like he found the clearance to fall back into line, so tips around the Voracious car, tipped around Jochen Meyer and the Manatee Purple car, and that might be troublesome then for your GT3 Pro Championship leaders.
Yeah, of course, because I think he could have seen it in his cockpit view, and I wondered, like one lap before, why the gap was getting so much bigger from 18 to nearly 30 seconds. But there's the answer, and I agree, it's maybe on the GT3 to get a little penalty there.
Yeah, very difficult, but you've got to respect your line as you go in through the corner, and that deviation of the line, I think something that the stewards are going to have an important look at. There's John Boutefeu then trying to get back into fourth in class against Julien Bosa, who is there and finding that chance. Simotok Sensations will now be thinking about what they can do, because this is not the car that they want to be up there and challenging for these spots. They actually want the Velociter 121 to be up there and challenging, but they are about a half a lap behind on what this is at the moment, and now they've got to clear here again that Voracious car for Facundo Raga, who lets one go through the first part of the Schumacher S and the second one through the second part up to the Xiaomi corner where they had troubles a lap ago, but for the moment Boutefeu has to try and build that margin back again.
And hopefully he doesn't have a moment again like before and can create a nice battle, maybe even for the podium. But of course, it's a long, long way.
Yep, still got 2 hours and 45 minutes, and that is a transfer of places there as through went Yoshimaya and Yannick Dimson, the Addicted Racing crew, lack traffic that's there. They are under pressure right now from the Nürburgring Esports Eschbach team. Peter Tamar is there and giving a really good accounting of himself at the moment. They will have Ben Kelly-McCauley to call on at their next pit stop when they get there. So for the moment, this is an important stint. This is where Yannick Disman is a little bit newer to the car by comparison. So I would say, momentum is very much there for Peter Tamar.
Yeah, he maybe can release this faster class car on the competitor in front to maybe have the advantage here. And yeah, he stays in the middle, so he has the better run. He has also a car on his back, which is now lapping him. And it doesn't look too good in the Goodyear Kehre in front. But yeah, without a touch, of course. Addicted Racing crew checking their mirrors. Yannick Disman. Yeah, it works, it works. But it costs time.
Well, not just for them, for John Therefor, who had to really second guess himself about 3 or 4 different times going up towards the Schumacher S. It would have been a very scary moment, and Yannick Disman now has Peter Tamar behind him. So Nürburgring Esports Eschbach will eye up the Addicted Racing crew. We'll think about how they make that move. It is going to be a more interesting battle, though, of these categories right now, because it will be the Acura versus the Porsche here as they try and battle through. So that Porsche, very, very good through certain elements of how it races, but compared to the Acura has been the most popular car, I think, over the last couple of months, with the exception of maybe the Ferrari.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe it's the newest. I don't know why iRacing does something like that, but yeah. In the end, Peter Tamar, you could witness how the traffic affects the race between the cars, and now he's in the slipstream of the Acura. So, as you said, there are certain corners where the Porsche is getting spicy, but of course where it is just better.
Speaking of better, Manatee Purple, Yoshimaya under pressure. Zach Hebert has been clawing down that gap, 0.6 of a second on that last lap, and just looking at their last laps, 50.9, 51.3, 51.5, meets 52.9, 52.3, 52.1. Manatee Purple right now do not have their quickest driver in the car, and they are now going to start paying the price for it because they've got to make the fair share work. Maya's job is simple: just hold on to as many places as possible, and also keep in mind that it is on for your race lead at the moment too. Therefor got the gap down to 0.5 second over the line, but he's been caught with an awful bit of lap traffic going through the Schumacher S.
That's also very, very good to have closing down the 2.5 seconds to 0.5 for the race lead. But here he comes.
Hebert move done, easy, comfortable pass that's done. Therefor up to 4th for Hydro Geodesic, and they'll be turning around and saying we've done a very good job to get that move done. A good platform for Brandon Roseborough to then take over. The Michigan man Therefor looking around, trying to give the Midwest man of Roseborough every opportunity in the second half of this race. But still, long way to go just yet, as there is Peter Tamar having to deal with a bit of lap traffic, and this is where you've got to be clever, as that was Therefor, their second overall, that he had to try and navigate by with, but Yannick Disman is doing legitimately just enough. There's a lunge by Joel Aguilera in the Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3. That will just break up this battle a bit more.
Yeah, Peter Tamar, of course, not happy about that, but what can he do? He needs to give him the space. Maybe half a car length is lost, but now momentum shifts again in the next couple of corners.
And speaking of that momentum, Facundo Rago is starting to claw back, 56.5 from him on the last lap. Did drop a little bit of time, but is also on for third at the moment in GT3 AM as Paavo Marlo and Jan Eikersanders look to go at it here for this place. The very crumpled and damaged car. Oh no, there's the contact straight through the chicane, and Jan Eikersanders is then dumped over into the gravel, able to keep himself out of any barrier as he went through, but that was the trouble. Always overlap and turning into the corner. Jan Eikers got to turn at some point, and he's turned across the nose.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case for the race directors and the stewards, what to make out of this situation.
You have to feel, as there goes the downforce duo car through of Michael Weber, making that pass then on Jan Eikersanders in the Manatee Racing blue car. You have to feel that when you get to the Vidal chicanery, if you've got overlap, you've got to be very alert to it and woken up to it, as there is the Ligier eSports car in fourth position of Yannick Burkhoff. So this is another car that's been quietly putting in the hard yards out there and has caught Christopher Bella almost unawares out there. It is starting to get busy here at the Nürburgring with all these small two-car battles that we continue to see out there. There has been a change for third. Hydroger Dessing in LMP3 now hold that third place position, but Burkhoff now holding himself in a good standing with Christopher Bella. He wants to break up two fast lane RT cars on the podium.
It's always great to have a battle for the podium spots, of course, with except Team Heusingfeld running away like the best horse in the world. But on the other hand, you said it, there are 2-car battles, there are 3-car battles, and also for the podium spots.
There are battles everywhere you look and go, and you are trying so hard every time you're out there on track to keep away from any drama that could befall the next cars out there. And Yannick Burkhoff now having to really find himself struggling there with one of the Acuras that was trying to make its way around. I believe as they went through, that would have been a lot more to navigate by and continue on with up the hill over towards that next section. So Ligier dealing with just enough of what was needed. I believe that would have been the group of Tamar and Co. That they had to go and find a way by. It might have even been the Delta Sport Sim Shop car that they've just managed to clear. But there is Tamar's Porsche, which continues to stay close. But now look behind, because Facundo Rago would love fourth place for Voracious, and they have really been working. They can sense a podium here after just an hour and a half. So they're only 17 seconds away from Fastlane RT, and they've just been putting the hard yards in that Corvette behind. It's Acura versus Porsche versus Corvette into turn one, and Facundo Rago close but no cigar.
Very, very close here. Nearly the splitter under the rear wing of the Porsche. So this is getting very exciting right now.
It's getting as close as you like here for all of them as they try and figure out what it is that the next move is going to bring in this small little tactical, I would say, battle that they have. And this is where Facundo Rago's got to be very choice in the way he gets by, because if he can get by Tamar and he can get by Dismon, he's then got more time that he's got to try and find the way to get through, to get to that next stage, to open up that next move, which will go through and be a few seconds down the road by comparison to the Delta Sport Sim Shop 289 team, which are there in second right now with Ilya Rattiani. So there is a case for Voracious that they are just trying to run the gauntlet here today, from the back of the field all the way up to the top. Traffic dives its way through. That's Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing. But this 3-car scrap right now in the early to mid of this race, hour and a half in, I would look around at that and say, well, you're doing a great job to be fifth in class from 15th.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Chasing down through, up the hill, final corner now. Hyundai N-Curve then to charge back on for another lap out there, and you really are just trying to keep your eyes on a swivel outside of everything that's been going on here today. We've just had the one retirement from this race as it currently stands, which is the number 48 iconic motorsports car, the only car out of this one. Everyone else has in some way, shape or form still got a race in the back pocket, and we've stayed caution free for this race over the course of this run, as Rago again happy to sit on the back and show that he's got pace over Peter Tamar. But again, these straights aren't the longest in the world. It's not the easiest place to go and get that overlap, to go and make that move through turn 5 and the drop down the hill. This will be the view that sees it right now as you go down. Everything holds on for that place. And speaking of battles, keep an eye out on second here between Echelon Simsport LMP3 and the Hydro Geodesic Racing team.
And as you said it also with the overlap, the inner steward of myself got summoned. I checked out again the incident between Jan Eikensanders and Pablo Malo, and basically there was no overlap before the chicanery, so I wouldn't wonder if BP Racing 2 gets another penalty.
It would hurt them hard if they got another penalty out there. They won't be pleased with it. So this is what happened. Jan Eikensanders and the Manatee Racing Blue team coming up the hill, looking around, trying to see, well, do I have overlap? Do I have overlap? So there is a tiny bit of that overlap as they turn in, but the question is, do they get to what we like to call the A pillar, so that's halfway alongside to be entitled to that space?
I checked it from our own personal chopper camera operator, and no.
Knows the answer, so that looks like that could be slam dunk in terms of the way that's put together. Tamar remaining close then in the battle, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but staying resolute is that group, as through is Maxime Dumoulin, who will get drive off the exit and will just affect the line to turn into the corner there for Yannick Dismon. And Tamar in an awkward position right now, having to both attack and defend at the same time, needs to be aggressive, but they also know that behind them as well is a very fast Jan Senkowski there for Team Huizenveld, who at one point in time was a driver who could do no wrong when it came to endurance racing on iRacing, was up there fighting for Grand Tour victories over the course of the iRacing special event. So Jan Senkowski, an absolutely wonderful sim racing driver.
Yeah, Senkowski is of course a machine, and he didn't take over the car, and yeah, I guess he will just send it and get another position to maybe hand it back again to I think Mr. Who was it? Siegmann?
No, Siegmann would have been in the LMP2, so he'd have handed it back to Andrei Rajkovic for that place. But close into the Xiaomi corner, and a very interesting profile. Look at a drive off the exit there, straight down the inside. Jan Senkowski catching out then the driver behind him, Facundo Rago. We haven't seen him overtaken all day, Facundo, but just like that, Jan Senkowski makes it look easy in his Mustang.
Yeah, he's rolling good right now, and also not affected by the dirty air in the chicanery here. Or could there be another attack by the Corvette? It is at least possible, but now a good draft train here on the main straight.
And that draft train will head its way over towards turn number 1 with 2 hours and 31 minutes remaining here in this race, as close as you like through the opening section. This is where you just got to pick them apart, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, that we're seeing there as they go. That gap still open at about 0.7 of a second here overall in LMP3, but look at the way that that gap has exploded at the front of the category here. Team Huizenveld are still the only LMP3 on the leading lap right now. They are 40 seconds to the good over Hebert, looking behind at Therefor.
Oh, and there's Fabian Siegmann. Yeah, sorry for the confusion with the two teams in GT3 and LMP2. But of course, Team Huizenveld here, LMP3, But of course, Team Heusingfeld here is, a class of its own. Is now 40-second gap for Siegmann. So, yeah, who can catch him? I think just themselves with an incident.
And they will try and avoid that the best that they can, knock on wood out there at this point. Senkowski remaining close in 5th position, hoping that the move over at the Wiedel chicanery is on. Out of Bilstein corner, these 2 transfer corners of Xiaomi and Bilstein. It's really down the hill at Bilstein that you look around and say, that's where you need to get the power down on the exit. That's the corner you've got to get right to get the moves up the hill. They leave the room for Tommy Kallio-Kyala, for BP Racing, who is in 7th position overall at the moment in the LMP2 category. But the drive off the exit for Jan Senkowski is again a stark reminder that moves are still going to try and be made, and there is still a car length between them. There's a car down in the pits right now. That's Liper Esports, who are down in the lane. And I think we're due another set of the LMP2 pit stop cycle.
There should be. I see him turning the wheel in now. He's leaving the pits again. Yannick Berkhoff for Liper Esports. So, yeah, the next cycle has started.
The next cycle then begins, and everybody else is going to be on notice. Joao Caroni, who's up there in the number 7 for Fastlane RT White. Remember, he in the number 7 will have Tristan Cabrera, then another Frenchman, to try and help out then in terms of the pit stop window, as and when Jawad decides it is the right time to come down in. I do know a number of drivers here who think that they've got a great shot out there right now. Def Sim Racing have fallen off a bit over the course of this stint. They're now back to 6 seconds, but it's getting mighty dicey here back in GT3 Pro. Nürburgring Esports Eschbach having to think about this now with Team Heusingfeld caught in Schrodinger's overtake, attacking and defending. Facundo Rago might want to go through, but the lunge is there at Xiaomi corner. That's been the best one. Little bit of side-to-side contact as they go. Here comes also an LMP2 that wants to join the scene. That's the Havu car of Henry Salmon, and they will fight, giving no room on the exit through the Falkenbogen, 3 wide with lap traffic, trying to get themselves the room to go, and still Tamar tries to fight at the chicanery. No dice, great move. Jan Senkowski gets his pass.
Senkowski did send it and takes the position he wanted. He doesn't want it to be the most delicious part of this sandwich, and is now in the front.
That is a beautiful overtake. Facundo Rago for Voracious was trying to also jump in and do exactly the same. On the brakes, launching deeper, deeper, deeper still. He's going to get it off wide. He's going to go one of the LMPs there. And I think that was behind there, James Cullen of Delta Sport. And now there's going to be contact as they go through. Fastlane RT White have just been given a penalty out there. Black flag, aggressive driving. The number 7 race leaders have just been caught out. Rago still trying to find a way through to gain this place, but now has to wait for James Bradley's iconic Motorsport 812 to dive on through. But a huge shock out there at the front. Mistake through turn 5, down the Pagid Racing curve, and Rago still can't see it.
What a battle, but he's not so happy about it. So Rago will try it again, I guess, and very soon to clear that position, to clear that Porsche of the Nürburgring Esports team.
Well, the question I ask now, and I want to start talking about overall here, is Hebert has now lost out the 2nd position to the Hydro Geodesic Racing team, a team with so many great endurance racers out there. And of course, they've got Tyson Meyer, they've got Quirk over there from the Twitch streaming world that certainly helps them out. But I do want to point out Fastlane RT White. They are going to have to come down the lane. They are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. That will put them back 20 seconds. And effectively now, Def Sim Racing are going to become your new race leaders here with Antti Terho behind the wheel. And this is right on the cusp of a pit window for Joao Caroni too. So you look around at that as a pit stop. Oh, having a wiggle through the middle of the corner there, Joao have to be very careful. You turn around and you look at what they've dealt with here. That little bit of contact there is going to have massive ramifications for later on in the race.
And as we have seen now with the penalty for fast lane RT wide, you're not safe even with a good and solid gap.
You never are, and that's why you've got to build a margin and work with it. Fast lane leading 2 categories at the moment, LMP2 and GT3 Pro, at this moment in time. Now into the pit goes the top 2, and this is where it gets interesting here for Joao Caroni and of course Anti-Terho, because they will know that there's a penalty out there in front. The question will be whether Caroni's just driving through or whether this is going to be Anti-Terho taking service right now. Caroni will look at the final box in the lane and say, am I going all the way to the end of it at just an agonising 60 kilometres an hour? No, this is just the drive-through. So Anti-Terho will pull into the box and will take service. But remember, because this is on a pit window, Caroni's going to be in straight again to take service. Weinrich in for your championship-leading team, the Marshmallow Racing Team Frida.
Just the right time now to complete this cycle of pit stops then for them. 2 hours and 24 minutes to go, so expectedly 2 more pit stops for them.
BP Racing 2 get a second black flag penalty in, so the 391 team in trouble, but Ian Anderson is now behind the wheel for Dev Sim Racing. Robin Camus Malon in at Fastlane RT Red. Alex Caruso stays in at Hyperion. So too does Morris Weinrich stay in at Marshmallow. Tommy is going to change drivers at BP Racing. Otso Hamala is in behind the wheel over at BP. So Henry Salmon stays in at least for the time being, but crucially, Lucas Dirksen staying out longer than anybody else might be a little threat late on when it comes to the racing action. So keep that in full focus as this race continues on. Joao Caroni will still need to make a pit stop, but the question is, how much time have they lost with that drive-through penalty, and who will overtake them after their pit stop has been conducted?
That's true. And also great call by the stewards for the BP Racing 2, the contact with Jan Eichel.
Oh, straight on in the attenuator!
Oh no!
Joao Caroni's hit the attenuator! That's big in this one. If they were going to try and recover it, they've overcooked it on pit entry, and they will have some heavy damage to the front of their car, and they are in a world of hurt. Black and orange mechanical flag. They're done.
What happened there? I didn't expect that at all from the race leader.
It goes just like that, and it is a compound of their own doing here. They will hit their box, they will go up on the jacks, but they will have required repairs that they will have to sit with. Joao Caroni will be red-faced, mark my words about it, and Tristan Cabrera also takes the car away. They know that car is done for with the way that they've smacked the attenuator, and the car that has been leading the first half of this race is now out, and Fastlane RT White are done for this one. So now it'll be the red team that has the responsibility. Lucas Dirksen now your overall race leader, and there is Yannick Burkhoff. By the way, this for Yannick Burkhoff is a move on Team Hoisingveld for position out there, and Burkhoff then straight down the inside gets there. That's Fastlane RT Red, by the way, Robin Camus Malon, that they are trying to fight with. So this is important for position. The undercut working very nicely over at Lippert. Big wiggle from Camus Malon, and that now puts the LMP3 down the inside of Siegmann and makes a move.
And the racing continues with the drama for Fastlane RT White. Still can't believe it. And I also checked the last, I don't know, 50 minutes of the race in fast forward, and I couldn't see any very aggressive overtakes. So there must have been something from the more beginning of the race, maybe some reports by other competitors.
Well, they've called it aggressive driving out there, and that could be just by being a little bit too close to other competitors out there on circuit. So just keep that in mind as they go. Rago still trying to get that clearance, by the way, to gain the move on Petit Tamar and find that pass, which will put them up to P5. out there on track, because the Addicted Racing crew and Team Heusinkveld have run away from this group out there on track and are trying very hard to keep this race in every single stage of possibility out there here, running a little bit wide off the exit, and this is going to allow them through the Falcon Bogan, Moritz Weinrich to move the Marshmallow Frida car through. And speaking of moves, look at that, just a hold from Robin Camus Malon, having to get through Ilya Ratiani there for that position, and then Leiper keep themselves there. So all change as it goes through. Def Sim Racing now your net race leaders with an 8-second margin over Fastlane RT Red, who are having to defend here for Leipert, who are there looking for second position overall. And it's a Leipert team that was third at Daytona. Side by side now, they go down the straight. Voracious finally get the launch they want. They clear Petitsamar.
And it was a pit stop, and now Def Sim Racing is your new leader. They were always close on the lead, but now they got it. And yeah, as you said, they lack the ability of having the feedback from iRacing with the tire squeal, which is a great help for you can't feel the car really without a motion rig, of course. But the noise of the tires, of course, is a great indicator. But without that, and with that disability, being in the lead here, great effort by Def Sim Racing.
It's a fantastic bit of work that they're doing, and showing that racing is all-inclusive. I always look back to Nicholas Hamilton and the work that he does in the British Touring Car Championship and the way that he races with cerebral palsy. So I love the fact that when you get drivers out there who are trying to prove their worth and are doing a wonderful job racing with everything that they've got. I look as well at what happened with Robert Wickens trying to sim race. I thought that was absolutely incredible, but Disman holding Senkovsky, Rago unable to fully break away at the moment from Petitsamar. So GT3 Pro looking like it is one of the closest categories out there at this stage, and there are so many great races that are bringing themselves into play as Def Sim Racing now officially hold the race lead. Unlucky Luke, I think, are going to very comfortably move themselves then into 6th position after their pit stop. And again, you can never count an endurance race over until the end of the race, and Tamar keeping close in that 6th position. Still not close enough for the Nürburgring esports team to really do too much, as through goes Unlucky Luke Racing. Charles Sutton now behind the wheel for them.
Yeah, and not so unlucky here tonight. Of course, one position gained by the death of the leader. But in the end, of course, it's coming down to be consistent, have the patience also sometimes. I mean, if you get a penalty for aggressive driving, that also hurts your race. And it is the philosophy of this league to be a little bit more fair to your competitors and these lower classes on the track.
Speaking of fair, as we watch Senkovsky going very close through the Goodyear hairpin and now trying to climb back up the hill to the Schumacher S. Wonderful drive by the Mustang off of the exit compared to the Acura, but it does provide a little bit of a higher platform out there, a little bit more difficult to try and get the slipstream that's wanted. You do get a bit of buffeting up at the top in terms of the aerodynamic profile, but again, Disman has been able to just keep at an arm's length away to say, I'm not going to make you charge forward and gain that move. I'm going to sit, I'm going to let you have that chance. And now in comes the LMP2 of Charles Sutton, looking to try and thread through the gap and not worry too much about those drivers in front. Managed absolutely perfectly between these two drivers, but Disman is just doing what is needed to. Keep a driver at an arm's width away and say, I don't need any more than this to happen.
Yeah, that's right. And he does it for a number of laps by now. So he's also feeling, it seems, very good with defending against Senkovsky. And that's not what everyone can do. So he does what is needed, as you said, and he's doing it in perfect style. But maybe here's descent by Senkovsky.
down the inside, now having to go the long way around here at turn 4, and I think he's got the clearance and has. What a great move that was there, getting it done straight down the inside, and no room left for Yannick Disman, who just has to now sit behind and allow Jan Senkovsky the chance to try and chase down Ilya Ratiani, who's there in front in the Delta Sports Sim Shop 289 car down the road. So there is still a long way yet. 2 hours, 15 minutes remaining on the clock, but this is a Heusinkveld car. I did not top 3 in GT3 Pro and would love to top 3 in GT3 Pro. There is Fast Lane RT Red, Robin Camus Malone, who is there and trying very hard to keep this race open and honest. This will be a fight for second on the road in front with Fabian Siegmann, believe it or not, in the LMP3, but behind Yannick Burkhoff, trying to get second overall in category for LMP2.
And I can't believe we are nearly 2 hours in this race, nearly half time, and we still have these very close battles for the podiums and all over the field. So that really speaks for yeah, that's really fantastic and speaks for the drivers.
It's kept close, and it means that there's still that intrigue that goes on through as Burkhoff shadows. They've got GT3 traffic now to deal with on the exit there. That is Michael Weber of the Downforce duo, one of the GT3 and McLarens then, staying just about out of the way as they drop down the hill, and I mean legitimately just managed to stay out of trouble. Lights flashing there on the back for a bit for Yannick Burkhoff to say, well, thank you for letting me through, and also trying to go to pretty much the first port of call of strategy, which is, how do you distract a driver from making a mistake? And the answer is, well, flash your lights. It seems to be the most popular thing to do.
Yeah, especially before the hard braking zones, of course. Maybe to indicate something which isn't happening, but maybe, yeah, is a little bit of projection, of course.
Track conditions, I think, have been very important here. We have seen the weather rise to 32 degrees Celsius at the moment. We're in sim time here of about 22 in the afternoon. So from this point onwards, Seb, it's going to get colder as this track goes on. When it gets colder, this track gets quicker.
Yeah, and that's what the race drivers like, to have a well-rubbered track after these many cars driving over it, and then it's getting a little bit colder. So whoever is the fastest driver in the car should be in the car in the end of this race.
That should be the key, and it looks like there's troubles for the 07 Racing team, who have just pulled the car down into the pits and I think have retired it out there on track. So not a great ideal for Nicola Radice, who I think had an issue going through the final chicane, was stopped on the outside of the Vidal chicanery, and as such will be declared a retirement here in this one, along with Fastlane RT White, who are now also retirement. Siegmann, second overall in this race. Your race leader right now was only 7.4, and here's the stark difference right now between the pace that Siegmann's doing and what Ian Anderson is doing. Anderson, 48.5. Siegmann, in an LMP3, mind you, 148.9.
Well, I mean, you see the gap in class, 43 seconds to Hydro Race Geodisc Racing. So this is really a class of its own. Siegmann is driving it.
Yeah, he's absolutely dominant. Geodesca trying to keep this honest, but are a little bit of a ways away with Jean Boutefort here in second, and then you got the Echelon LMP3, which finds itself in third position. But there are chases being done, and there are struggles out there. We did note a spin earlier on, or you found a spin earlier on for the Manatee Racing Purple team. Tim Majka gave them a really good platform. Joscha Meyer's just been unable to pick up on it.
Yeah, it's always the thing that a spin can happen, but it is a team sport. So, yeah, you have to live with it and make the best out of it. And at least if it doesn't end in the pit wall, yeah, you can drive on.
Parvo Marlow, 2 penalties for the BP Racing 2 team, and they're back with their good friends at Manatee Racing Blue. I'm sure they'll be exchanging Christmas cards at the end of the year with the way their racing has gone on so far today. But at least right now they let the lap traffic through of Alex Caruso go by. Heavy defence to the inside. Parvo Marlow, all the way to the white line, trying to find the moon. Bang! Big contact. Round goes Gonzalez, and then Caruso, just a bystander for an outbraking manoeuvre, scared in the battle going through and completely blindsided.
And that's not how it should happen. And already the stewards are clicking their pants.
They don't take too kindly to moments like that much it has to be said. It is busy right now for that second, third and fourth overall battle as we watch Peter Elson leading for backmarker Racing Green out there. They have had a penalty over the course of this race, 56.4s. They've got a lovely gap over the Echelon SimSport GT3 AM team currently of a good, I would say, couple of corners. So mark that 20 seconds there or thereabouts right now. But Burkhoff just about gaining the clearance there on Asavanon in the Fury SimSport Green Car. This is a tough old race that they've got their hands on right now, and they'll soon be joined here, this group, second, third, fourth and fifth, which will be fifth by Marshmallow Racing Team Frida, who are looking at this going, race victory is not out of the realm here with 2 hours 8.
Yeah, it's just 10 seconds between P1 and P5 here, so I wouldn't give it up if I would be in the Marshmallow Racing team, but I am. But Moritz Weinrich, of course, is, and he's super fast again on his way.
So let's just remind us, ladies and gentlemen, how they stand. So with these drivers here, it's 3 pit stops remaining, but quicker from Def Sim Racing, Fastlane RT Red, Lipa Esports and Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. It is less pit stops needed for Team Huisingveld, who will be looking around and saying, well, we are actually race-winning overall competitors right now because they are keeping pace with the fastest that the category has to offer them right now. So it's a really interesting dynamic when you've got a car of a lower category that is going out there and fighting for a race victory overall. That Dallara P217 has a lot more going for it than what the Team Huisingveld Ligier has to go. It's got more power, it's got more downforce, it's got every tool at its advantage, but Siegmund can just make that car tick as we watch his teammate Jan Senkowski here, who has caught the back of Ilya Ratiani here, the Delta Sport Acura just in front. This would be for second in class, and the chase over to Jeremy Rouleau, who has led a quiet race at the front of GT3 Pro for Fastlane RT.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a quiet race still, but yeah, in case of Senkowski, I would say he can do anything, and he did already put 6 seconds on the car behind. He did overtake. So if this overtake happens quickly, maybe 15 seconds to the race, to the leader of the GT3 Pro isn't a thing for Senkowski over the course of 2 hours.
It definitely might not be, but you got to remember that fair share is going to be importantly kept in mind. Thinking about it, heading to the final corner, taking a wide line through the Hyundai N-curve, trying to maximise the drive off the exit as the raw galloping power, the horsepower of the Mustang tries to get by the Acura then for that place. Is there going to be a look down the inside? I bet there is. Big lunge down the inside at turn 1, and he might be followed through here through the corner by the lap traffic here. So Ratiani also has to let Zach Hebert through, the Echelon SimSport car that's third overall in LMP3. So just like that, the places change and movement's there. Here comes the look again from Lippert, desperate to try and find their way through. More traffic to deal with, and that in front of them is Thomas Seyfarth, and they're going to have to go 3 wide now. Past Seyfarth's NJB performance by NFCAT. They had a spin earlier on in this race. Wing mirror to wing mirror. They go up the hill to the chicanery. Who is the bravest on the brakes? They turn in. Oh, there's contact between them. Up over the curb they go, and having to avoid now is Cabin Malone as they fight together, and both of them will look around. Leipert's got a slow down penalty there, so there's going to be a difficult bit for Burkhoff, who goes all the way to the right side here, trying to defend and serve that slowdown. Managed it. Look at them fighting against each other. Cabin Malone now over to the outside for fast lane red, trying to go around the outside here at turn number 1, and now getting the up and under. Will go again, trying to get it back here at turn 2 and 3. Finally, it is sorted out, but turn 3 can be a lunging point to sort that move. Diving for it, big block in through the corner. What tenacity by Yannick Burkhoff.
And also the heart rate will be up, and maybe some fury in the blood for Robin Camus Malone, because of course there was the slowdown situation, and maybe he tried to serve it on the right side, which is the good way, but in the end he did also keep his position. And maybe there was also some slight contact, of course, before the WEC chicane, and yeah, that's how it goes. But in this case, I would really say let him race. It was a racing incident, but let's see what the stewards making out of this.
That was some hard-fought battling between Lippert and Fastlane, and they needed to get that clearance in the battle as they go, and they'll now clear a little bit more traffic here, which will start to bring it back into play here for Fastlane Red. That's Peter Elson, who's leading the GT3 AM category by a good 20 seconds. Meanwhile, there's your overall race leaders, Def Sim Racing. A little bit of traffic for them to go and deal with, but they would be not so aware of how hard they're fighting behind. They know that they've got about 6 seconds here to the Team Hoisingveld car that is due to come into the pits with about 1 hour and 50 left to go, and that's going to be telling because they'll only have to put 45 minutes worth of fuel in for their final stop here, well, Team Hoisingveld, but they will have to come off of Fabian Siegmann at some point. So Marcel Tide, I think, is someone who can be at the same pace of Fabian Siegmann. So this is a very dangerous team for overall, and Def Sim Racing are worrying, of all things, about an LMP3.
I don't know what it does mean for the point standings, but of course I think every class gets the points for their own class. So maybe it's a little bit funny that an LMP3 could win it, but in the end for Def Sim Racing it's more like a chuckle, I would say.
It would be. It's not serious for them, it's not serious competition, but there is a pride if you buy a category of car that's supposed to be quicker loses to a slower one.
That's for sure. But you explained it with the pit stops, so that's like the nature of the thing, and he's super duper fast.
Well, speaking of super duper fast, this is very tough for Siegmann to go through here because he's got loads of different cars here in the GT3 rank. So Spencer Reitzmer for Echelon Sim Sport is battling actually not with the Evolution Sim Sport car, which is the last running car in the race here with Radu Zernavianu, who's behind the wheel, but rather Geo Gonzalez, who is there for Hyperion Racing 3, who we saw have a penalty earlier on. That's what the trouble is, that they're going to have to try and deal with and try and make a way through. So that is going to be tough. And then again, the next group comes along, which is once more Yannick Burkhoff, followed in tow by Robin Camus Malone, who wants to try and bring himself to the forefront and say, this is where we're still in this race. We're not giving up hope out there at the moment. So I think they're doing a really nice job of some wide lines and some shallow lines taken, and Reitzmer holds station still.
Yeah, but there was contact, and yeah, he did keep it straight and not ending up into a spin from the car behind. But that, of course, is a real troublemaker with traffic in T1.
Yeah, you've got to be careful at turn one. It's very much got that Hermann Tilke flair to it, especially that drop down opening corner, so similar to turn 2 when you go to Sepang. So it is one of those tracks where you look at and go, it is so similar in the way that it constructs itself, as Reitzmer will now have to allow the traffic to go on by. I am keeping a little bit of my eyes peeled at some of these battles going on. Jeremy Rouleau, for example, 155.4 on that last lap, as Facundo Rago eyes up 4th place. 54.9 by Jan Senkowski, who took half a second out of it. So that gap now 15.8, 16 seconds. That's still very accruable over the rest of this race and then some, when you've got to remember that this one going on, Addicted Racing Crew versus Voracious. Voracious, remember, come into today as championship leaders. Fastlane RT are their main competitors out there here, who came second last time out, who lead overall.
Maybe this will be the next attempt for him after their little back and forth some couple of laps before. But he's getting closer and closer again, Facundo Rago.
I'm just getting word that the 378 car, Manatee Racing Blue, who actually is the last running car out there beyond the Evolution Simsport, they've just been given a black flag penalty here for moderate contact responsibility. So for Norbert Frank, who is behind the wheel, that is going to be very, very frustrating. Down at the back and picking up penalties, not ideal. Rago staying close then for the 2-1-4 Voracious team. Looking around then through the Xiaomi corner, now into the Bilstein corner, and looking to gear up towards Falkenbogen. But that's a little wide off the exit. You've got to be careful about picking those up, because remember, there's a drive-through penalty at 50 incident points in this race, and then every 25 after that.
Yeah, that could come into play, of course, and as we have learned, a drive-through is very costly, so stay away from the performance of tracks there in the fast chicane, I would say.
Into the pits then is Norbert Frank from Manatee Racing Blue. They are serving their drive-through penalty now and getting it out of the way. Close still again goes Facundo Rago. Rago, let's go down the inside, but can't get the drive off the exit. Fought back then by Yannick Diersman. There's contact as they go by, just enough to hold it back. So Diersman holds the position and only just holds that position. I wonder through there whether there was a little bit of net coat as they had that tiny bit of contact, because I look around at it, yeah, it didn't look like much, but there was enough.
And it was a little bit of force field around him, I would say. And Norbert Frank did not take the drive-through. He did stop on his, he did stop for a pit stop. Why ever?
But the contact was there, as there's Caio Gonzalez straight down the inside of turn 1, now having to go around the outside of 2 and 3 to pick up the Echelon Simsport move. There was contact there between Rago and also Diersman, and now it's Brock Pettit-Tamar back through on Voracious to make the move. So that's definitely not what was needed. And look at the time lost. There's Caio Gonzalez gets his move done. Hyperion Racing 3 will move up their place and will be quite happy at the fact that they were able to manage that. So Caio Gonzalez through, and Zerna Vianu follows through. Spencer Reitzmer, Pedro Martins now for Delta Sports Sim Shop in a battle out there on track. This has now brought Facundo Rago back into this one, as the 120 Simotok Sensations car is going to get a penalty from 4th in category. That's Julian Bosa.
Another penalty, and for a competitor for the podium, that's of course bad news for Simotok Sensations.
It is, but I think what's quite crucial out there with the penalty that they've got is the 120 and not the 121, which has been a little bit off the pace here today. So for them, they would feel like if there was a car to have a penalty, Yes, it's their leading car, but it's more troublesome out there. Speaking of moves out there, Fabian Siegmann has now lost second overall as Yannick Burkhoff has now gone through for Ligier Esports and gained a place. We are now officially over halfway through. 1 hour, 56 minutes remaining, and a race that is on tenterhooks pretty much everywhere you look, except in LMP3. Yannick Dismont closing down the gap that he needs to do out there on circuit. Now the Addicted Racing crew are in a little bit of a damage limitation mode. They've just lost the place out to Nürburgring Esports Eschbach on this lap, and that was done with a little bit of help from the lap traffic of Maxime Dumoulin of the Velociter Sensations car down the inside at turn 5. Not often you see a move at turn 5.
Yeah, but it's now the time to take any chances you get, of course. And with this tight field and tight racing, everything is possible. We have seen it. Overtakes round the outside, or well-prepared overtakes over several corners. So great racing here tonight, up to this point.
Well, all of this fantastic racing proves to be very, very important for these drivers to hold it all together. Pedro Martins then sees the likes of James Cullen go through in the 169 Delta Sport Sim Shop car. That might open up a door here down the inside. Oh, there's contact again going through, but Pedro Martins just has to lift off, trying to use one Delta Sport Sim Shop car for another, and it didn't quite work.
At least again no spinner, because a spin here with the traffic behind would be devastating for many cars.
It would have been troublesome, especially with how I would say congested the field is. And just behind now for Facundo Rago is your overall race leader Ian Anderson, having to hold a 6.2 second margin over Ligier Esports, who will be looking at today, feeling like if they can get 3 cars between themselves and Marshmallow Frida, they could be walking away with the championship lead with a round to go. So that might be huge for Ligier, the way that they're driving with Yannick Burkhoff in the number 10 machine. They will look around. They've got to go to Simon Berg for a stint or two over towards the end of this race. So do not count this race out as done for anyone, as there is your overall leader in GT3 Pro. Not really too much to worry for Jeremy Rouleau, but you've also got to look behind. They've probably got their best driver for last in Sasha Anglesi.
Yeah, gap came down a little bit, it seems, to the Heusingfeld team. But yeah, as you said, not too much to worry about if you keep up your pace.
Well, we're in the pit stop window now for the LMP3s at this moment in time, as we see all of them starting to dive in, with the exception of your overall leader. So Delta Sport Sim Shop in, and a lot of drivers there. You've got John Rice now in at Echelon Sim Sport. Yosha Meyer stays in at Manatee Purple, but has been there for a while. David Soranzo back in for Simatox Sensations. James Cullen in the pits, and now you're getting drivers leaving here. Brandon Roseborough for Hydro Race Air Desic leaving, but Meyer has been there for a very long time. Now he goes.
That was really long. Wonder what happened there. But it wasn't so long for an unsafe pit entry, I would say.
I wouldn't have said that either. That could be anything from having to change the numbers on the fly, or making any strategy decisions that change, or having to re-put on a set of tyres. But that's all that gives the difference there. As here's Fabian Siegmann climbing the hill, seeing the yellow car disappear down the road of Ligier Esports. The gap now at the front down to 5.2 seconds overall here in this one. And Ian Anderson might start to feel the pressure on here in the overall. Going by Tamar, who is there in the Porsche for the Nürburgring Esports Eschbach team. This is still a race which pretty much lines up on tenterhooks in LMP2 category, where any of the top 4 in that category could come away with the victory here today, with just the way that they've been driving, all within 8 seconds. So still a long way to go, and the clearance of each and every piece of lap traffic, I think, is going to play a huge factor between now and the end. Henry Salmon currently behind the wheel for Harvu. They know they've got to go towards Huracan at some point, but this one is going to be for position with BP Racing up the hill, and they're going to have to try and work out whether they stay in line or dance through the middle, because they've also got the SimRacing Sensations car that's there. No room at the end for anybody in, and suddenly 07 are back out there racing again, and you cannot breathe in a group like this.
No, you can't, and he wanted to make the smartest thing and leave space to the outside, but there was already another car on his inside, so the poor GT3 is now clear, and hopefully those guys are not crashing into each other.
Well, Finn versus Finn, Otto Hamala against Henry Salmon for those places, and Salmon just has to stay behind and know that there is still a long, long way to go. We've also got Jan Senkowski down in the pits. He's just leaving, and Tobias Martinez now behind the wheel for Voracious. GT3 starting to make calls. Fury Simsport Green now bringing themselves into a battle. This is still Shalampon Asavanon, who is there with what is now the Pro Sport Sim Racing red car. They've just taken over from Danny Giusa for that team. So Milos Pavlovic has got back in behind the wheel. The car has been a little bit stuck, so to speak, with where they find in position. But Asavanon does have to hand over to the Frenchman Marceau Williams. So there's still more that needs to be done, but they've done a very good job with Asavanon, who started down in the pits, and there's Yannick Dismon in 4th position overall. The Addicted crew now diving into the pits there with the likes of Delta Sport Sim Shop following on in tow.
Of course, the best thing you can do if somebody's pulling you, drive with him into the pits and yeah, follow him out and have a little bit of a draft buddy against the competitors.
Well,
if they see it that way.
Well, Team Hoisingvad 148 have come in, and their driver change happens, so Marcel Tai comes in behind, and now he will try and bring the car home from this position. We've also got the downforce duo in. Simon Wagner is going to be behind the wheel there, and so too in now Jean-Claude Pelissier for Simatox Sensations Velocity. James Bradley also in. Guthelan gets back in behind the wheel then for the Addicted Racing crew. So pit stops happening aplenty. Salmon continuing to stay close, wanting to try and make this one know that he can make that pass. But again, a little bit of slipstream that comes along from Lorenzo Zoffoli, I think it makes a huge difference. There goes Marcel Tai out of the pits, and where he comes out is actually very important, because he's there with the Delta Sport Sim Shop car that's a lap down, and Jan Senkowski, his own teammate, but relatively to everyone else, clean air.
Yeah. And also interesting that Senkowski stays in the car again, and yeah, now it's just giving him the space and let him go, let him fly maybe for an overall victory, or an overall podium at least.
Marcel Tai doing everything that he needs to do and dominating proceedings. That gap is now nearly a minute on the field. 54 seconds over Hydro Geodesic, currently being piloted by Brandon Roseborough, who came in a little bit earlier than what Team Hoisingveld have done, who have run the tank dry on each and every single stint and have played this game to absolute perfection out there on track. You now have the likes of Fastlane RT in the pits, and so now they've got Sasha Unglesey behind the wheel. Petter Tamar in the pits for Nürburgring Esports Eschbach. Ben Kelly McCauley gets behind the steering wheel there, and BP Racing 2 down in the GT3 AM class are in, and Henry Parala gets back into the car. Hellenic making switches as well there, it seems, down in the pit lane. So they will probably have just changed over at Hellenic to their second driver for the first time. It's been quiet after we saw a lot of them. So this will be Christoph's Libanovnos, who will be there for them. Ben Kelly McCauley now driving down the pits and trying to get to exit, and knows that they are one full chicane or one arena behind their overall class leaders, but that is Pedro Martins there, the Addicted Racing crew. So great work actually through the stop from Ben Kelly McCauley. They've come out ahead of them.
Yeah, that's of course is key to not get back into that fight right away with the cold tires out from the pits. So good work there from whoever made the call.
It's a fantastic call, and with an hour and 45 minutes to go, that call is going to continue to have itself made. Pedro Martins now sitting in 7th position overall, with a number of drivers still thinking about their pit stops and where they sit out overall. This is looking for 6th against the Addicted Racing crew, and again, quite happy to sit behind the Acura through the Goodyear hairpin and back up the hill once again, flicking through the Schumacher S, the left, followed by the right, and you get that plateau braking zone. By the time you reach Xiaomi corner, you've got to be very switched on to how much of a braking margin you have as you reach the top of the hill here.
And every time, of course, there's the little chance of an error from the car in front. But you're racing for position here, so you maximize everything you can. I mean, in sim racing, it wouldn't hurt, of course, except you have the strongest direct drive you can get.
We get a little bit of help from Thomas Seyfarth, who dives down into the pits for NJB Performance, but for Guthlein, Guthlein, he is now looking around, and this is where Pedro Martins might have a sniff, but he's not quite in a position to throw the car down the inside. Maybe needed a half a second out there to go and make that move and to gain that position out there. So I think that was always going to be very important there in terms of where they stand in terms of the race. So still the likes of Pedro Martins chasing hard.
In the end, every point matters in every class, so it's not only about the podiums, as we said before, it's for the championship, and every point in the end can make a difference for their final positions at the end of the season.
And those differences are going to be important here. An hour 43, and you start trying to count back and see how long left for those. Is it going to be one, or is it going to be 2 stops left remaining for LMP2 as they try and figure out how they make it to the end of this race and do so safely? 4.5 seconds the gap now at the front in that category. You certainly look around and say, there's one. Oh, caution! Oh, we got a caution! Oh, suddenly it all changes here. There's a car in trouble somewhere. We've got a caution.
That's of course devastating for leaders with huge gaps like Team Heusingfeld in the LMP3.
Wow! I wonder if it's on an incident count of all drivers out there, because it didn't look like there was anything out there on circuit. So this will be a caution that brings the field back together, and a complete slam dunk to bring everyone in. This might just be the free pit stop that some drivers are looking at. They are at a closed pit entry, so the good news for Team Heusingfeld, who are looking at that, is that everyone's there. Now we've got one car who looks like it's about to dive into the pit, and that will be troublesome, because that will be Leipert, who are entering a closed pit.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, wow.
But if you need to pit, you need to pit.
Yeah, this is the issue that you've got. When the pit closes, you've got to try and stay out. If they've not got enough fuel to go around another lap, and they were first to pit, they will have to eat the bullet on this one, and they will drive a change to Simon Berg, who will now have to probably get an end-of-line penalty by the time that they come back out of the pits for entering a closed pit there, and will be gaining an advantage by doing so. Oh, this completely changes the race with an hour and 41 left to go, and that is going to be a really, really tough run that they have to go and deal with now for the rest of this race. Ian Anderson, your leader for Def Sim Racing, but now this becomes a case of, well, every other team can step up and gain what they need from it. I'm looking around at Team Huizenveld, who pitted just before that scenario, and I think they're going to have effectively a net race lead position if everybody comes in and makes a pit stop, and they would have earned that on merit.
Ah, yeah, you're right. That's the good story of this. Of course, not for Leipert, but for us, for the viewers, of course, it's pretty amazing that Team Huizenveld in the LMP3 is then the leader.
Another one, Shea Gonzalez is going to get a penalty then, diving into a closed pit, having to make the driver change to Derek Heiberger, who is going to be there for them. So, again, more cars getting caught out by the fact that we are in a closed pit scenario. So, there is not much more that can be said right now, except this sets up the final half of this race, or even the final 3/8 of this race right now behind the BMW pace car. And if it's right on the window, and I think we're about 2 or 3 laps away from that window coming in for the majority of the LMP2s, they're all going to be diving in. It's just on the exit of the big pit stop that we had for GT3s and for LMP3s, who both came in. So it has come at a pretty awkward time. So for the likes of Derek Heiberger, I think he's going to get a penalty for entering a closed pit out there too. But Ian Anderson out there at the front was having that gap reeled in, but was doing enough to keep it at arm's reach. Now you look around at the likes of Fastlane, for example, definitely a team that wants to think they've got victory on the cards, and so too Marshmallow Frida.
And also now the pacing line forms, so this will take a little bit more longer. So if anyone is low on fuel, better watch out. But what is this?
Pit entries open and no shops.
Oof, yeah.
All of the LMP2s are going to take the free pit stop. And I'm not surprised to see that here, because they want in. Ilya Rattiani will also come in and take that pit stop. Alex Caruso in for Hyperion. Henry Salmon will need to hand over to Ozzy Puhaka at Harvu then to make things happen. Harmala in for BP Racing. And so you look around at Team Huizenveld, who are also coming in, getting a little top up and going. So they feel that they don't have to sacrifice much because they've got the lap as they go through, and that's a missed pit box there by RT Red, who had to be very careful. Robin Camus Malon will lose a couple seconds out there, and now when you're talking about getting a tiny bit of fuel, a morsel of fuel there for Team Huizenveld, they don't actually have to do too much. It's a fresh set of tyres for them, and immediately go off of them again and go. So that's where they might get the advantage here as they go through. So we'll watch out with pit exit open here. Antti Terho back for Def Sim Racing. Robin Camus Malon still in there. Puhaka, Sutton, Kraft, they're all there, they're all waiting, and there's the launches that start to go. So perfect then on the stops. Unlucky Luke Racing up to second, Frida third, Fastlane to fourth, but we do note that Leipert, who came in and made their stop, they lead, but they're going to have a penalty.
And what I was confused about was that the pit entry got closed shortly after again, and then now opened again. Maybe I understand something incorrectly, but I was just confused by that.
I would say that would be just to make sure that no drivers, when they exit the pits, filter into the middle of the train. So I think that would have just been a measure out there from these drivers to avoid any serious dramas out there to go through. It does now mean that the gap in GT3 Pro is about 6 seconds here. There's the Team Huizenveld GT3, who is in that second position, but Fastlane RT are looking around and chasing. The Delta Sport Sim Shop team, by comparison, have come in and made their stop, and they have put Ryan van der Grijp in behind the wheel at Delta Sport Sim Shop. So van der Grijp now has a lot to do to chase down the order and gain the places back again. But Antti Terho now will look around and try and convert the Def Sim Racing team to a first victory here in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship here, and really hope that it plays into their hands. An hour and 35. There is good news for certain teams out there, though. This is a great chance to save fuel.
Yes, it is. And also, the race control has set the course length to 20 laps right now. So I don't know if they cut it again, but if it takes so long, it's really good fuel saving.
No, it's one of those measures to make sure that the caution never runs out, and that they can decide to pull that in and say safety car is in this lap. So traditional safety car runs for 3 to 4 laps. So in that regard, extending the safety car out gives them a little bit more leeway to go and work with here. But at least right now, there is Thomas Seyfarth trying to get the Mustang back into play here, the 278, which is down at the very bottom of the class at the moment, down 8 laps overall on your leaders. So Seyfarth with a little bit of work to do to navigate back. Norbert Frank, Manatee Blue, there with category. So I think everyone has been pretty happy with the stops that they got. I wouldn't think we're going too much longer than one more out there, and it's a very interesting scenario that we've got, because we've got all of the GTs and the LMPs all mixed and muddled in together. So right now the front of the field is BP Racing 2 along with Iconic Motorsport 812, Pro Sport Sim Racing and Backmarker Racing White. To say it's a little bit jumbled up would be an understatement. There is your leading 228 car of Sasha Unglesey for Fastlane, and feeling pretty much like now they are going to have to work, because there's only 3 cars between them right now and Jan Senkowski. That's the Downforce duo, Delta Sport 169 and Manatee Racing Blue, and I think now we're in wave around mode.
Yes, we are. Wave around starting right now, car by car, announced in by the race director, and so it won't take, of course, 20 laps, but it is, as long as it takes, it's a good fuel saver for everyone.
It certainly is a good fuel saver. I think I'm going to take this moment here to say we're going to just keep this on around. I'm going to be away for about a couple of moments here, Sebastian, but this safety car period now, it sets up a lot for the second half of this race and the finish here.
Yeah, the cars are getting grouped back together, and all the gaps are lost in the end at the restart. So we are in for really, really tight racing then for the last hour and a bit we can get. And the question still is about Ligier Esports. What will happen to them? Will there be a bigger penalty? And how far will they drop down the order? So, of course, it is a shame that this full course yellow did come on the right time for them. But if the pit entry is closed, it's closed, of course. In the end I don't get personally why it was thrown. Maybe it is, I know that from majors there's also a randomized full course yellow in some series. That could be the case here, but of course heartbreak for Ligier Esports, which will lose the lead and lose the opportunity, of course, to fight for the lead again, but maybe for some good points in the single-digit club. So there is Simon Burg for Ligier Esports, maybe banging his wheel, but maybe not anymore. So I think the pulse is down again to a normal beating. But it's not like you're getting spun and crashed by a competitor. It's more like things that can happen on a racetrack, also like a crash of a sim. But this is of course not that severe, and it's still in for championship points. So let's see what the race control will do about that. At least one more lap, of course, behind the pace car. And everyone who could make the pit did benefit greatly. And now it's more time with the new tire model. I know we have no GTDs here, so that would be really a big issue, because the tires would cool down very, very much. I don't know how it is for the LMP3s and LMP2s here tonight. But could also be a little bit of trouble for them at the restart if they have not enough temperature in the tires. As we have heard before, the temperatures are dropping here at the Nürburgring. So also from the southeast wind, 19 degrees we are approaching at the moment, 20 degrees, track temperature 31. So yeah, that's really good, and no rain is expected, so everyone can be safely driving to the end without getting a wet foot here.
Yes.
Which, there you are.
There I am. And this is where it gets interesting now, because they've spent their time cautioning for a number of laps now, so all the temperature that they would have had from a fresh tyre is absolutely eroded. And so, because they don't have that temperature left in the tyre, they're going to have to spend a lot of time trying to build that up over the first 5 laps of their stint as they go back. So, my question to you, Sebastian, is who is going to manage their cold tyres the best?
Oh, I know that Mr. Setkowski, of course, is a master in that. But in the end, I don't know how it is with the new tyre model. I did not drive much with my with my condition, and I heard about the GTDs having much trouble. I spoke about it as you were away, but I don't know how it is with the LMP2s and LMP3s with tires getting cold behind the safety car for several laps. I would expect maybe somebody for a spinner in T1.
Very scary for those, and now we're in the second period of wave rounds where the GT3 cars now are going to get the wave around to go to the back of the pack and put themselves in the right place. So that will move up the likes of Death Sim Racing right to the back of Ligier Esports, who will still be under investigation for entering a closed pit lane out there on track as the safety car came out. Then they had no choice, they had to come in, they had to take that service. There was no guarantees that they would get around another lap out there without running out of fuel, so Simon Berg had to go and make that choice. But you now see here these drivers all trying to push along, and it does give you a great understanding of where everyone is. Fastlane RT currently leaders out there overall, then it is Team Hoisingveld in second, and then as you look around, Ben Kelly McCauley for Nürburgring Esports Eschbach finds himself in third.
And also I spoke about the weather. It doesn't help. It helps when the race is going on that the track is colder and the air, but of course not now when you try to keep the heat in the tires.
Now, interestingly, Jan Senkowski has just dived into the pits.
Haha. So maybe Raikkovic is back.
So that probably is a driver change that will try and get them to the end of this race, I'd feel. If they're making a decision like that, getting their service sorted, it's just a fuel top off and go again.
Ah, he stays in, yeah.
Oh, that's so clever. They know they're second. They know the cars have waved around. That's a free pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so smart.
I mean, fair share-wise, Rajkovic was in for the first stint, and from then on it was Sankowski in. Is it enough with the fair share here in this league from the SimRacing Republic?
Well, normally fair share is somewhere around 25%, so 1 hour, 3 hour is normally what you see. So I reckon there's enough on the fair share. But for what Jan Sankowski's done, they've still got 1 pit stop left here at this position. An hour 25 to go. They can't make it that long. They've got to stop with about 15 minutes to go in this race. If they have any worries about fair share, that's probably when they put Andrej Rajkovic in to just last 7 laps. It's a very interesting scenario, but ultimately Jan Sankowski loses nothing out there, gets an extra bit of fuel on Sasha Unglesy, who will now have to take a final pit stop that's a little bit longer out there by comparison. It's very clever by Team Huisingveld. I love the decision that they've able to afford themselves with, and the pit lane was open for them to do so. So they were very smart in waiting and biding their time to give themselves the position. You look around at the groups here, Team Huisingveld will feel a little bit aggrieved here at the gap they've got, and they've built so long, and they had over 50 seconds here, by the way. The 1:4:18 is now gone. So Ligier, Desk, Echelon, SimSports, they all have a chance to go and battle it, but keep an eye out and remember that Marcel Tai here is in track position, so he doesn't have to let Harvu and BP Racing through. He's fighting legitimately for position out on track. And so we hold and wait and put ourselves in the position, knowing that we are still there under safety car, and it will be another 3.5 minutes around if they go another lap, which they have to, but surely they won't go too much longer than that. So they'll probably have one more lap. So it'll probably be an hour and 20 minutes to go by the time they get themselves over. The pit lane has been declared as closed, and so I think we are just about to keep an eye out on those who have been penalised, who have to go down to the back of the field to try and make their way back forward. So I wouldn't be surprised at this stage whether we see the number 10 Lipa Esports car fall back at this stage, but they all start to form back up to the back of the group, and everyone puts themselves together. So the field will effectively be back there once more, but there will still be a little bit of searching around to see who gets what in terms of the penalty value here with an hour 23 to go. So the word just been given in. The drivers now are going green this time by, and crucially, they are given license now to start warming up their tyres. So you're going to see some excessive weaving out there on circuit. They have to. Milos Pavlovic for Pro Sports Sim Racing running down through to the back of the group, and now just trying to run on forward with everything that they possibly can, and to hold themselves stationed with what is a very important run now in this race. This is effectively a 4-hour race. It's going to turn into an hour and 20 with 1 pit stop. It's going to feel very sprint-like in the way that they put this all together. So there is going to be a huge, huge moment here for these drivers to sit down and say, we now have one opportunity to go out and race the way that we need to. Effectively, we're at 1 pit stop for each and every single driver out there, and you know, you're looking down at it, there's not much that these drivers can sit and do and say, this is purely about who races the hardest, surely, Sebastian?
Yeah, of course, and yeah, the gaps are non-existent. We are having now a sprint race within our 4-hour race right now, and we'll come down to the line, and for just 1 pit stop it is still going. Yeah, it will be a race of its own.
And that race we will catch with you here on the Global Sim Racing channel. There's so much amazing sim racing that has been going on with us at the SimRacing Republic. We've got more coming up after the end of this show. For example, the IMSA Vintage Series will be rolling into town, so make sure you jump in for that one in just after this race's conclusion out there. Simon Berg will have control of the field, and some would say he should move to the end of the line. He will be penalty pending for entering a closed pit lane out on track, so that Ligier esports team might have a little bit of pain to deal with, and it might be 3 laps after the restart that they get that all situated. They've leapfrogged Def Sim Racing by managing to do that. Unlucky Luke now into third with Ossi, and then of course Ossi Peltola there for the Marshmallow Racing Team Frieda, trying to bring it home. Fast lane RT Red wants in, and don't count out Team Huizinga. They will wait for the drop of the green flag to get that launch, and there is the go from Simon Berg as we get back underway and running. Green flag in the air, an hour and 20 almost exact remaining at the Nürburgring.
Not trying to get some heat into the tires before the braking zone there. And everything.
Look how busy this is, look how busy this is in towards turn number 1. Watch out, because everybody's going to start diving at lefts and rights and ups and downs and every which way around. Ben Kenny McCauley getting swarmed on through. Jan Senkowski having to go either side, trying to find a way into second and managing it. It is an absolute great train's worth of action. Martinez is now in the mix of that, and so too Goodline. We've got a spinner on the right-hand side, so go. That's Camden Craft for Hyperion that has to dive out of the way, but we've still got some very dramatic racing. Big crash out there. Who was that? That was Stajak then for the NJB performance car that gets caught up.
He got side ramped a little bit, and then he was like, nope, I won't turn my wheel for you. And that's the end of it.
Well, I'm looking around, and Ligier Esports have dropped a mile back off of this start, so they've been caught up. They think they spun at turn 3. We missed that completely. Ligier Esports spun themselves around all on their own and have lost the lead. Def Sim Racing now lead.
And that's of course more heartbreaking when they get the penalty on top for what they don't even benefit from anymore.
No, that is very telling, and there's Echelon Simsport LMP3 on the back of Hydro Geodesic, second position, trying to chase. Oh, race leader Marcel Tai! Huizinga around!
Oh no.
On his own, through the chicane. Ligier take the penalty for pitting under a closed pit, but Team Huizinga, who had it under lock and key, were potentially going to battle for overall here today, now have got all to do to build it back and take it. Geodesic now lead here in LMP3. So Camden Craft, let's look at this first. Oh, tag from behind from the Hydro Geodesic car. There's more dramas as we go back to live. There's another spinner. It's Delta Sport Sim Shop. James Cullen turned around then through the arena, and it looks like he's had a dive down the inside of Manatee Purple and has just clattered into the side of David Soranzo and the Simatox Sensations 120. It's all going on.
Here we are, sticking in each other.
Nasty moment there for Ryan van der Vrij. Oh, all the way into the barriers.
And of course, race ending, I would guess, that deformed back.
I'd say so as well. And yeah, Simatox Sensations 120, by the way, black and orange mechanical flag. And so too, the 289 Delta Sport Sim Shop. They both got the black and orange mechanical flag. That is the Velocity car that's going to bring it up into play. Now, this is Simon Berg, who's got the penalty, but also had this spin. Margin on his own at the front, leading the race. Pressure, 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 just dropped it.
Classic spin, cold tires here in the AMG arena.
everyone poured on by and not much more. What a let-off this might be for the Simitok Velocity team, who are 5th at the moment. They're eyeing up Manatee and Joscha Meyer for 4th place, and if they can get that, they could be on for a really nice points day. They've been nowhere all day. This safety car has brought them right back into racing out there at the moment, as we'll take a look at James Cullen, top right corner of your screen, as all the battles continue on track. He just lunges for the inside, gets the side, and then the chain reaction from David Taranto will end that Simitok car. Guthlein then in a battle here, 6th position overall in Pro, and just behind Varesh, Tobias Martinez. That's the downforce duo that they are battling with, and not for position. Hyperion 3, Derek Heiberger is the car behind the 244 that also has a black flag for pitting under a closed pit. As things stands at the front, fast lane RT with a margin. Jan Senkowski still in 2nd.
And it's of course also better for them, for Hyperion Racing 3, to get the black flag for pitting under the closed pits. But as we said before, if the fuel is low, it was just a bad timing for them.
But they don't want bad timing here at the moment. They know, as it's on for 2nd, as Charles Sutton under pressure. Here comes Robin Camus Malone down the inside at the Vido chicanery, takes it away and puts Fastlane RT Red up into 2nd, trying to get that result for where the white car was leading earlier on in the race and found the pit attenuator. Jean-Claude Pellissier still searching about, trying to find some position, still trying to find some place. In comes Leipert to serve their penalty. Joscha Meyer under pressure now in Manatee Purple.
Now the gap is good, maybe for showing yourselves, but not for getting into the inside here at the dive down T1. But he's showing himself big time in the mirror. And there's Simon Burg getting out of the pits again, right in front. Oh, not entirely in front of the GT3s. Oh,
Just have to leave the room though, and they manage it, and they're battling everywhere. Marceau Williams right on the back of the GT3 group. It's all about where they scrap. Every which place they look, they are battling for places, and there is still a lot to be deciphered here in the final stages of this race. 1.3 seconds, your leading margin out there. 1.1, sorry, now down to just half a second between John Rice and Brandon Roseborough out there overall. Milos Pavlovic trying to run the gauntlet now. This is the easiest time he can do it when the cars are all bunched up together, knowing that his team, Pavlovic and Danny Giusa, is looking to close. There's your leader, Antti Terho. He's trying desperately to run away.
yeah, and he's doing good. I mean, his overtake alone did give him a good leverage on the car behind, and fast lane RT Red is now down 1.3 seconds. Oh, and we have somebody in the gravel. Sutton.
That's the 96 car making the mistake. So easy to do. And again, it's just clattering the curb too difficultly on the left-hand side of the circuit, having to ride the curb for fear of having that contact. Still scrapping with BP Racing there and Otso Harmala. And Otso, not much that you can sit down and say there, just holds that station, and more racing on the horizon needed then to despair of those two, or to split apart those two right now. Charles Sutton holding himself nicely. Williams still holding his own, trying to find the Fury Simsport green car up at the moment, and every place that they're sitting down now and realising where do we go is important. Hyperion 3 now come in for their penalty and look to try and go. You've got Peter Hutchings as well for Evolution Simsport, trying to get by Daniel Stajak for NJB Performance. Further on, Pavlovic, gives a door as he goes by Echelon.
I was not too happy about that overtake attempt, of course. But still has to lose the position, and he's getting another one on his inside. But now he has, of course, a better run out of the AMG arena and gives just enough space to the Mercedes AMG.
Well, just enough is just enough, but watch out further forward. Look at how aggressive this is. Stasher just about clear. Simon Wagner. You got Peter Hutchins at Evolution. There is Christos Libanovnos, who's hoping to go in. And Libanovnos for Hellenic sits back and waits. But now it allows someone else through because backmarker White and Richard Hartley out of line. There's Martin Pearson for backmarker Green. Dives through. Josh Burke now here for Echelon Simsport GT3 AM. He also brings himself into play right now. This is a huge moment in this group because they're all jostling amongst each other and they've let the main bulk of the fast drivers go at the moment. Some great work. Delta Sport Simshop, by the way, in third in class. Nürburgring Esports Eschbach into fourth. This is a big battleground that they find themselves in right now as in comes the 07 racing car.
So closely packed together, you can make no mistake because it would be so costly here. And we have just 1 hour and 10 minutes to go.
Joshua Burke, second in GT3 AM, eyeing up backmarker Racing Green, which would be the championship leaders out there. So Echelon getting down the inside, 3 wide. Oh, that's brave and bold. And Echelon can't get by backmarker, but the other backmarker car does. So now there's no gunner effectively there for backmarker Green, and now everyone's dancing about for a position down through the AMG arena then. So Pavlovich on the back of it would love to clear this group because he's not fighting the amps, he's fighting the pros, trying to get anything he can, any position that is out there at the moment with 1 hour and 10.
And of course with the mistake by the Heusingfeld team, Hydro Race Geodisc Racing is leading, but Echelon Simsport right on their tails. Then it's a gap of nearly 3 seconds behind them to Fast Repair Motorsport. And then comes Heusingfeld. He's also just 3/10 behind in P4, so a podium is in reach, and it's enough time to go to maybe catch up to the leaders.
Marcel Tai is very much there with Joscha Meyer and Jean-Claude Pellissier for Simatox Sensations Velocita, who have been given a huge free kick in terms of this race, knowing that they are third. Echelon currently would be championship leaders, walking out of here to the final round of the championship. Richard Hartley, 9th in class then for the backmarker White team at the moment, knowing that they've got a lot of work to do. They're trying to get by on Libanovnos for Hellenic with Simon Wagner for the downforce duo, who's a bit of lap traffic. Hutchings, who's also lap traffic at 6 laps down. This is where it gets difficult because they are entitled to fight. And speaking of fight, look at this for the lead. Pearson defending, Burke attacking, all the way to the wall, all the way to the white line, down to the inside now, having to throw it in almost on his own teammate. Now watch this sweep around the outside. Turn 2, This might be the place where it goes. Tiniest bit of contact between them, but Josh Burke at Echelon takes the race lead. Switch back!
Nope.
Big lunge back! You're not getting that one easily, Sunshine!
What a dive in the end! He totally misleads him, and then on the brakes to the inside, taking the diagonal line into the corner, which you can do, but of course it's so tricky to not have a spin.
It's so wonderfully done. It was like watching chain wrestling at its finest there. Easy, easy in terms of the way that was brought back. Martin Pearson, the ad with a lovely bit of driving nuance there to hold that. Hartley down the inside, making life difficult here as Simon Wagner needs clearance, and finally they get that. But now watch out, because that's going to be Pro Sport Pavlovich just breaking up that battle slightly, continuing on this race, but there is still that question that needs to be asked. How are they going to go at it? Almost contact in through the corner, and you've got to be very careful each and every time you go through. Burke worrying, Marceau Williams is just there and happy to sit back there as they go through. Those two, by the way, backmarker and Echelon, they are a lap clear of everyone else. There's the gap at the front right now, 2.5 in the GT3 Pro. Sasha Anglesi, 55.2. Jan Senkowski, 55.2.
Yeah, so on the same pace, and yeah, the pit stop under the safety car was of course a good call for Senkowski and Team Heusingfeld. And now the 248 is back on track, but in the end, if they can keep up the pace at fast lane RT, there will be no issues with the victory here.
Thomas Varns then driving down through the pits and out and away again, and he will be joined by a little bit of company as he leaves that pit lane and falls back in the number 229 Echelon Sim Sport car. That is Delta Sport Sim Shop 289. Just repaired the damage with Ryan van der Grijp, and so will be able to go back out again. Varns now sitting in that 13th position in class with work to do. Harmala looking around at 4th. Unlucky Luke Racing unable to really shake away with Charles Sutton running down the hill towards turn 1. The gap for the race leads now up over 3 seconds. It's close, but it's just that, close.
And that's how we like it.
Well, we love to see great battles, and that is there, but BP Racing still holding close, but close isn't going to be good enough in terms of chasing down that battle, knowing that Charles Sutton is there and doing just enough to stave off that move. An hour and 5 minutes remaining here in this race. So down the hill, Paget Racing Curve comes along here, the right-hander down the hill, and there behind him, Ozian Puhaka, a good friend of ours when it comes to racing here over at the Global Sim Racing channel, and of course has spent many a time in the commentary box along with us here on this channel. So someone who is definitely trying to open up the racing gods to their advantage, so to speak. Not quite having it. Therefor by comparison 3 seconds clear and looking to run away from Robin Camus Malon. A great call by the Def Sim Racing team, jumping back to Therefor at the time they needed to.
Yes, that's right. He's fast man on the track, creating an even more bigger gap. I mean, it's not much. It's a few tenths each lap, but that's of course is enough to frustrate the number 33 car of Fastlane RT Red.
Still close. Marcel Tai hoping with every single turn of the wheel that his chance to go and get that pass done for P5, it is getting stuck behind the Manatee purple car of Joscha Meyer, who's got a little bit of confidence now with his positioning up the hill to the Hyundai N-Curve. And again, this is the race falling away from Team Heusingfeld after that spin from the lead.
But it doesn't seem he has the same pace as his teammate. So yeah, it's more hoping now to get the positions back. He's always 3/10 behind, but isn't ready for the move, it seems. Or are they saving? Oh, they can't drive to the end, right? Yeah, it was the GT3 which couldn't. So yeah, let's see what happens. I mean,
if they're playing fuel save and
yeah,
trying to go an hour and 20 on the tank, I don't think that's going to work. So I think they are going to have to splash and dash, but Marcel has to do a stint. He's not been in the car yet in this race, and now that they've made their bed in this situation, the caution came out, the fact that they spun with Marcel Tai on cold tyres, I think is just testament to how difficult of a situation he had to walk back into in this race. Daniel Stajek in for his final stop. All the while, Fastlane RT out there with the 228, leading with Sasha Anglesi, behind Jan Senkowski, who is just whittling away a couple hundredths of a second here and a couple hundredths of a second there, and that 2.5 second gap remains relatively untamed at this moment. But Anglesi was the quickest driver at Daytona without a shadow of a doubt. And so you look around And you see Sasha Anglesey in Fastlane RT in a very happy position, second in GT3 Pro at Daytona, and now looking for a win here on for overall in LMP3. Hydro-Race Geodesic still having to navigate Echelon Sim Sport.
It's so great to have every basically 15 minutes a battle for the lead in a class. And now we are here at it again with John Rice, maybe doing us a favor.
Down the hill, trying to find that move. Joscha Meyer now under a lot of pressure here because that Manatee Racing purple car looks around. It's lost the place to Team Heusenfeld. Straight down the inside, tries to look. James Cullen here for Delta Sport Sim Shop. Round the outside of the Paget Racing curve. He takes it.
Very close on the curve, but it did work. Maybe just one marshal has to take the dirt flag out. But that's fine enough.
And now John Rice, back to him in second position. Now what? In terms of how he's looked, he's watched and watched and watched Brandon Roseborough and the way that Hydro-Race Geodesic have gone about their business. But it's close. Not close enough here in the very fast Vidal chicanery. The drive off the exit to the end curve, very difficult to find a move if you're trying to go and get it straight away. But the drive off the exit, this is the prime place to get it done. And they will battle amongst themselves, trying to find this overtake, trying to find that solace of P1. Here comes Rice, looking for his move. But again, happy to sit back. And I wonder whether he's just happy to fuel save and apply pressure.
There's enough time for them to trick them into an error. But also, of course, for a dive, he was too far away. But there are several corners which he can take faster than the car in front.
It's okay that he can take corners quicker. It's whether he's allowed to take these corners quicker, because he's sat down and he's hoping to try and find any opportunity to get by, and he knows that there's a long race still at 59 minutes to go, so he is still thinking about what's there. And your race leader now hits the lap traffic, so with a 4-second margin gained over the stint for Death Sim Racing, it's now Robin Camus Malone who now has to make the work up in the slipstream, with Ozzy Peltola in third. Marshmallow Frieda, I think, have done very well here today after their victory in the season opener. With Leipert in trouble, they are surely looking at extending their championship leading margin with a third place finish here today. Out of the final corners they go, and along the front stretch, anti-Terho, that 3.9 second margin. In comes Richard Hartley, back marker White in 3.1, though the margin now, as Camus Malone's had a little bit of it easier as back marker Green comes into pit.
So another round of pit stops, which shuffle a little bit on the order, of course not on the front. And more traffic coming up. Finally, it's again time for traffic.
This might be the chance here that Otto Harmala has been looking for on Charles Sutton, trying to find any which way to go and make that move, but we'll have to take the long road around turn 5. And speaking of which, Marcel Tai isn't going to want to take this one lying down. Delta Sports Sim Shop trying to get through. James Cullen thinking that he's got pace, and actually does have pace by comparison. This has been a really troublesome stint here for Marcel Tai. The only car in front that he's as quick as is Johan Rodriguez, who's third overall for the Fast Repair Motorsport LMP3. So this is a very tough stint of the race where they've just got to hold on.
And nothing else he can do right now then.
Not really much at all. Closest Cullen into the good. Yeah, oh, he gets in the back. Half slide. Saves it though. James Cullen just opening it up a little bit too deep into the corner. He's got to be wary of that.
At least he created some space this way. So Marcel is a little bit farther away right now. So this is, of course, now the moment. Can he escape him? Will he close down the gap again? And then it's another time to shine.
And Voracious, who come into today's championship leaders, a GT3 Pro, are desperate to try and claw back each and any place they can. Tobias Martinez eyeing up Ben Kelly McCauley, which would be for fourth. Pedro Martins at Delta Sport, which would be for third. And then your leading duo of Anglesey and Senkowski, first and second, in their positions at the moment. There have been changes at Manatee Purple. They've put Tim Majka back in behind the wheel to do anything to give them a shot of gaining points with a undercut strategy and a massive undercut if they can manage it. But Tobias Martinez now up the hill through the Schumacher to the Xiaomi corner here as the next place to try and find that move. Martinez is closing in on Ben Kelly McCauley, and soon the defensive prowess might have to be asked.
And it's so close. There's not much to defend because the next one will step in. And that's always the tricky part of close pack racing. If you don't attack, you get attacked.
And speaking of which, downforce duo currently being attacked. This is by Henry Perala here for the BP Racing 2 team. They will look around and see that they are the only two battling on the same lap together. And so it's just a case of, can I get by you here? And just for this one position, up the hill, here we go, out of the Falkenbogen and up towards the Wiedel chicanery. Later on the brakes from Simon Wagner, able to stave off that challenge right now. Heavy over the curb. You can do that in the GT3s, go over that curb. It's more the LMPs that need the low ride heights where it becomes troublesome. And now to turn one we go.
It will be a spicy turn one, it seems. Huh?
Quite mild by comparison.
Okay. I thought there would be a little bit more to it. Also with the traffic coming up.
Oh yes, because you got Huisenfeld trying to go through. You've also got trying to go through Echelon, who wants to try and find that pass, and they're not quite in a position to manage it. And look at that as they dice the traffic. I think Hydro Geodesic's getting a little bit more fortunate here, and they might build that 1 second gap that they want, 7/10 of a second, dropping down the hill through the Paget Racing curve. I think this might be the moment where this race extends out. Martinez continuing on with his charge. Now, P5, still hoping that Nürburgring Esports Espark can falter in some way. But when you're a team called Nürburgring Esports, your best track has to be the Nürburgring.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it's also a chip on your shoulder, of course. Not every race can go into your favor. But yes, you're right. If they sit here in the esports lounge at the real-life Nürburgring and sim race there, which you can do, yeah, but of course you know from the expo. Yeah, that's. I think being part of that team is a good feeling, but also a huge responsibility.
And speaking of, that is Antti Terho, who's trying to get through on these drivers, trying to pick up the drive off the exit, and will manage it. Now you question where it's going to catch for the likes of Robin Camus-Malone, for Ozzy Peltola, who's still keeping things pretty much there. Here comes James Cullen again, looking for this pass. This would be for P5, and down the inside, easily dispatches of Marcel Tai, and now he will drop down and lose that place. So Cullen up to the top 5, Huisenfeld back to 6th.
Well, that's not how they want it, but for James Cullen, of course, the perfect way now to extend the gap and secure good championship points.
They need to in the Delta Sports Sim Shop 169 team out there. The way that LMP3 worked out, Huizenveld won the opener, and they're down in 6th place. Echelon, who are second, won a couple of months ago now, are now currently in 2nd in class again. And then Simatox Sensations Velocita are currently 4th after their 3rd place. So they are going to be losing ground here in the long and short, but they are eyeing up that 3rd of Joan Rodriguez here, and we can watch them right now up the top of the hill, how busy it gets with the downforce duo battling behind with Perala, who is in there, and then you've got the duo Cullen and Ty, who are there trying to navigate through that, or John Rice, who is there in 2nd in the Echelon LMP3. Now, oh, that's interesting. In comes Hydra Race Geodesic, 50 minutes to go.
So this will be, of course, their last pit stop by Brandon Rosenberg. So, yeah, will be now interesting how the others react to it and can manage with the fuel and maybe even with a driver change.
It's about right place, right time, and have you put yourself in the best position to make that final stop. So he will take fuel. You'd expect him to take tyres as well and try and go. John Rice, who sits there in the 1-2-9, now given licence to go out there and attack. If Echelon want to win in LMP3, this is the way they have to do it, and they have to do it the best way that they can. It's definitely not over, by the way, in LMP2. I'd say GT3 Pro is also slowly closing in as well. That 2.5 second gap is now at 2.1 seconds at the moment, as Team Huizenveld try everything they can to keep Sasha Anglesey back into position. Your overall leader still, the Def Sim Racing team, and this is a magnificent moment for them at this stage, but they've got to convert 50 minutes from now, and the Fast Lane team and Marshmallow Racing team, who have been nowhere at the front all day long, are trying to prove they're worth it.
It will all come down now to not making any mistake, having the good traffic reaction, and yeah, also have the luck of the game here with cars popping up and in the corners, maybe better on the straight. So let's see what these guys are capable of for the last 50 minutes.
Well, Robin Camus Malone lost out a couple tenths of a second on that last lap, 48.3, marred by a 48.6. Peltola, 48.5, also couldn't really close down the gap. So I think it's a very, very tough battle out there. On for 4th though, Ben Kelly McCauley, now stuck with Tobias Martinez, trying to find a pass to move up to 4th, and they sit on the back of Pedro Martins, who's there in 3rd position for Delta Sports Sim Shop. So 3 battling it out for 1 spot on the podium. Voracious need this.
And that's the best we can get there with the tight battle and for a podium. So the expectations are very high for those drivers to make the overtake then, and yeah, having the adrenaline rush.
Well, there goes Marceau Williams, final stop done of the day, as he goes back out onto circuit, and Marceau looks to charge through the final section of his 47 3/4 minutes plus added time remaining. Martinez again staying close. Ozzy Puhaka opens up this group in terms of the battle, and now up the hill towards the next left and right, where it becomes a very important scrap out there on track. The Vidal chicanery to the Hyundai N-curve and the end of the lap, but Martinez still can only stare at the back of the Porsche, the Corvette, screaming for any way through, and for the race lead. Def Sim Racing losing out. Great move. Robin Camus Mayon moves into the race lead for RT Red. That was door-to-door from a mistake from Terho, who caught the curb, ran wide, and opened up the chance.
Yeah, without a mistake, that shouldn't have happened, of course. That's of course very sad for them, but maybe they can get back into it. Let's take a look.
Just runs a bit deep, up over the curb. You have to ride the curb the entire way. into the gravel, didn't stay too long out there, but crucially, look at the drive off the exit and how aggressive the driver there behind, Robin Camus-Mayon, had to be. Pitched all the way to the inside, wasn't going to let that one go. They went door to door through this straight, and look at how late you had to move across. Brilliant stuff between them. There was a little bit of front to rear contact, but Fastlane RT Red now in the lead where Fastlane RT White were earlier on in the race.
So it did pay off for them in the end, but as we said, a slight mistake here and there is race deciding in a 4-hour race. How insane is that?
And it is very insane, I'd say, where these are the small margins that you need to find that success. And Marshmallow Racing Team Frieda on the back in 3rd position are by no means out of this race. They could very much win this one still. Out there with Ozzy Peltola, who sits there on the back and just quietly watches these two drivers, knowing that they do have one more pit stop to make each. All 3 of them. On the brakes goes Therefor. No way to look, but right now, Robin Camus-Mayon. Here it is France versus Finland as they go through the top 3. And now Antti Terho looking a little bit more defensive through the AMG arena. Is this where Peltola starts to turn the screw?
Also a deciding moment for the pit stop. Do you want to go with another competitor into the pits? Or do you want to have the clean air in front entering the pits, maybe maximizing the pit entry a little bit more because the gaps are so close? Maybe 1 or 2 tenths in the pits can save you a place.
It could save you so much out there. It's the difference between winning or losing right now, how good you are going into the pit lane as we watch up the hill. Peltola chasing through the Schumacher S, the Xiaomi curve that follows immediately afterwards. And after that Xiaomi curve, we will head ourselves over to the next right-hander of the Bilstein curve. Here, this long right-hander where you wait and wait and wait for the power and finally get that launch and now look to crest the rise, but it looks like the gaps are just a little bit too big for anything to happen because slipstream on slipstream gives just enough of a breakaway margin here for your overall in LMP2 as they crest over the top of the hill, the Hyundai N curve that ends the lap and a flat run here along the front stretch. Now the gap starts to open. 4 tenths last time over the line. I count it as 7, and it is 6.9 is that gap that they've got to deal with. So now there's more to try and navigate by, and any more lap traffic that comes in, like Manatee Purple, for example, they won't want to run over that too soon.
And the lap traffic can come in handy, as we have seen before, or be a huge roadblock.
Well, every single position's important, and the gap, by the way, 1.6 between Senkovsky and Unglesey. Definitely not over in this race. Peltola still sitting on the back then of Antti Terho, and there is Ben Kelly McCauley losing out. That one's for a podium. Pedro Martin then just about holding off that one as they pass. They've got traffic in the middle that has to dive out of the way. The voracious car's not going to make life easy there. The Camden Craft in the Hyperion racing car that's going to have to try and go through. That's taking them out of contention here for this one because they've got to get quick clearance. Delta Sport 289 have found themselves a black flag for minor contact. That would have been Van der Rijp, who had to come back in again and serve the penalty he already has. So there is a lot still to dissect. And now we've got to keep an eye out because NJB Performance by Volker Transporter get a black flag penalty now.
Now also, I think the second already, if I'm not mistaken, with the other team. But yeah, it is what it is. If you have a contact and you're at fault, it's good we have stewards in the SimRacing Republic league here.
and those stewards do a fantastic job of making sure that everything is fun and fair for everyone who goes out there and races. But now, what more can you say? What more is there to go? There is your GT3 AM leader of Josh Burke then for the Echelon SimSport team, who now have 2 cars on the top step of the podium. The GT3 AM team with a big margin over the green team right now. Martin Persson, it's 41 seconds that they've got, so they'll feel a little bit more comfortable, but they will have to make a stop. So keep that in mind with their final stop of the day. They will have to come back in one more time with your top 3 still continuing to be close. But keep an eye out on Echelon SimSports. We do take a taker down into the lane for what should be the final time in this race. So an important moment here for pit stops as Manatee Racing Blue dives in. It was also Aaron Barta there of Iconic Motorsport into the pits.
And now is the time to make it all right again. We had the full course yellow big time, closing the gaps, and yeah, for someone like Aussie here, it's of course a great opportunity to snatch a podium.
Almost dramas for the race lead. There's contact there between Robin Camus-Malone and Tim Machka into the pits. Then from behind goes Ozzy Peltola. Great time to do it because look how desperate it's starting to get. Camus-Malone gets his clearance, but will that be protested? Peltola searching then for his boxes. Now it gets close. Antti Terho now has been given a real chance to get close, but Terho takes contact now as he goes by Martin Persson. Ben Kelly-McCauley finding himself in fourth, now having to fight for races. It is battling everywhere out on track with 40 minutes to go. Up over the top of the Vino chicanery, now to the Hyundai end curve, still not close enough.
I won't say this will spicy again in T1 when it turns out like a club sandwich again.
Oh, is there troubles for Marcel? Flashes the lights, dives down on through, takes the chicane, oh, overcooks it, keep it out the barrier, oh no, didn't manage to keep it out the barriers, but it was a light tap for Marcel Ty, but able to keep it going and stays in 5th place, but that is a very, very damaging sign for Team Hoisingveld and how much they are struggling. Ben Kelly-McCauley now still having to deal with. Now remember, Ozzy Peltola's just come out of the pits and is on cold tyres, so Marcel Ty in the LMP3 has just made the pass on through, but Ozzy here needs to get up to speed and then attack for the final stint of this race, because that's all that you can do when you pit first as Marshmallow Racing Team Frida. Use the tyres now.
Yeah, that's true. And of course for the Hoisingveld LMP3, without the full course yellow, Marcel T would maybe still be in the lead comfortably. So it is what it is in the end.
So this is Tim Machka having to really scrap out there on track, and that was letting the 2nd place car through and then dropping it through the middle of the corner, and that is the most un-Tim Machka-like moment I have seen in a very long time.
At least he gets out of the way, no damage done, just time lost.
Oh, James Cullen, black flag, and that might be for the 169 for minor contact responsibility. So James Cullen will have to come down in, a drive-through penalty, and go back out again. You've got Camden Craft in, Charles Sutton for unlucky Luke, Oshin Puhaka in at Havu. He's down in on the lane. We are in an LMP2 pit cycle.
Sutton is out again. So maybe the unlucky Luke gets happy again.
Well, Puhaka out in the way, And in 7th position, Charles Sutton, 6th for Unlucky Luke Racing, and with a little bit of work to do to fly on by. 37 minutes remaining here in this race at the Nürburgring in your SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship. This is where you now start thinking about who's got what, because in comes Robin Camus, in comes Antti Terho. It's a battle of pit crews in LMP2. Keep your eyes peeled on Marshmallow Racing Frida, who could be in the right place at the right time. They're just coming down at the bottom of the circuit here. This will be a full service pit stop for these drivers. BP Racing will also come in. Unlucky Luke, no surprises, has come out behind Ossi Peltola, who's now trying to get up to speed. And even if Peltola can't get the move, changes of driver are in play. Fastlane RT Red put Christopher Bella in for the final stint. Antti Terho stays in the car. Then at number 18 at Def Sim Racing, they feel like they've got a launch. They've got the better grid stall to get away, of course, when their pit stop is all said and done. Peltola climbing up through the Falkenbogen and now up towards the Vidal chicanery. This is going to be a very close moment down at turn 1. You can mark my words about it or not, because they're both going to go at the same time. They've got miles. They've got miles there on Peltola. Where has that come from those two? Antti Terho leads after a shorter stop compared to Christopher Bella. The leapfrog in the stop means Def Sim Racing leads.
What a race this is here tonight. Now we had basically everything from spinners to rivals batting it out. We had a full course yellow, and now pit stop, undercut, and a new race leader again. But Def Sim Racing, Antti Terho again in the lead by a slight margin, of course.
An echelon in LM. Oh, it's close. Oh, there was a search down there at the Badged Racing curve. Not there. I do want to note LMP3 Roseborough has seen the stop from Echelon Simsport. They have jumped them in the stop and come out ahead on the overcut. So John Rice in position now to win the race outright. Still has to wait for Simotok Sensations and Fast Repair on board with Christopher Bella. Now up the hill with 35 minutes to go. Looking at Antti Terho every which way, weaving for tyre temp as he goes into the Xiaomi curve. This is where you need all of the commitment of the tyre to just work for you, and Terho is desperate for any sort of gap to break away.
And he really needs it. Otherwise, there will come the attack. Ooh, slight snap oversteery here. But maybe also due to they coming out on the tires from the pits, yeah, also trying to create more heat there.
It's desperate from Antti Terho, needs heat, needs a little bit of space, but look at what's in front of them. That is the battle for your race lead in GT3 Pro. Senkovsky has pulled the gap to a second here on Sasha Unglesey, who has slowly been reeled in with this half an hour to go, knowing as well that he's got less fuel than Jan Senkovsky, who will need to pit less in the final stages of this race. Terho, how will he clear the Team Hoisingfeld car? Will dive down the inside and absolutely needs to go. And will this be followed round the outside? Answer to that is no, it won't be. So the clearance is there as we watch back more cars in the pits. Wrong place, wrong time as they go through. Pedro Martins in at the 288 for Delta Sport Sim Shop.
And clean air for him now. And Ossi is on it. He's in P3. So it's Ossi.
Yeah, and Ossi Peltola, knowing that he's in P3, realises that he's got a lot to deal with. The fast lane cars really didn't coordinate that very well up the top of the hill there. They lost a lot of ground by having to get around each other, and Unglesey will say, well, I'm fighting for a victory, and everyone else around will say, well, yeah, you may be fighting for a victory, but I'm also fighting for a victory, and mine's for overall. So Come on, let me have a chance. So that's where Christopher Bella, I think, is going to look around, because the gap now is there for Anti-Turbo as he now looks to walk away. Keep an eye out, though, on when pit stops happen for GT3 Pro. That is the closest scrap out there, and we still wait for a couple of drivers. I do note that with half an hour to go, SimRacing Sensations Velocita lead, but are due a stop.
So no time to lose right now, if you still have a stop to do, being in a comfy position. Of course, it feels always a little bit sad to go into the pits when you're into the lead, but if you have to take fuel, there's no other option.
Team Hoisingveld still due in for a pit stop. Echelon Simsport LMP are not. LMP3, black flags coming in, and this is Pro Sport Sim Racing Red. So Milos Pavlovic, who's worked so hard there in the pro category to go up to fifth, due a stop. He's now going to have to come in and have the penalty for minor contact responsibility, a drive through there. Anglesey, we focus on a GT3 Pro, knowing that GT3 AM is pretty much wrapped up in Echelon Sim Sport's back pocket, but Anglesey here looking at going one step better than what they did one race ago. This is a big moment for their championship, but they want to maximise it. Senkowski and Hoisingveld still think they can win this race, and it is that Porsche against the Mustang that's there. Now, what is the big differences between these two types of cars, Sebastian, as we race in towards the final half an hour?
Yeah, so Sasha Angsley, from the lap times perspective, is under threat, of course. But that's also visually clear, and I think there's someone in the gravel again, but who cares in the end? Who was that? And I checked out the... Is it Peltola? Oh no, what did I say? Commentator's curse strikes again.
Well, Ozzy Peltola there, just having a mistake, catching the curb. Martin Pearson, then second in category, is still having to battle a little bit further down. The back marker racing green. This will be against the, in fact, Josh Burke here for the GT AM. Then of Echelon Simsport, but the difference there between them, I think, has just come down to nothing again. So I think that would have just been Josh Burke's pit stop that's come through, and now they'll be back together fighting for it. Three categories are in the offing right now for a race victory. 1.1 at the front for Def Sim Racing and Fastlane RT. Simitok still to come in, the only one that's maybe there in, and in comes Ben Kelly McCauley now for Nürburgring Esports Eschbach.
Coming in P5, but I think he can't hold on to it, of course.
I argue he can. Look at that, that's a jump.
Ah, he did. Great.
Pedro Martins losing out then in that. Tobias Martinez for Voracious, desperate to move up to P3 net, which that is a net P3 right now for the Nürburgring Esports Eschbach team, knowing that the likes of Pro Sim Racing Red have had to come in and make those stops, knowing that the Addicted Racing crew has come in. There's only one car they've got to go, two, sorry, with Hyperion Racing 3 that also needs to pit. Once they clear, they are there. In comes Pellissier, out from the race lead of Simitok Sensations Velocita. They will drive a change. That will now give Marcel Tai here the lead overall in category again. But again, that Hoisingveld team needs to come in and make a stop. Death Sim Racing now leads outright overall. 1.1 the gap, well, sorry, 1.3 the gap over the line. Christopher Bella keeping Anti-Turbo honest.
And 1.3, of course, is a good gap to not make the draft a more bigger problem for him for an attack. But it's so close in every class at the front. And I'm still, you know, holding my thumbs for Team Hoisingveld and the LMP3 for Marcel T. That something good comes out of it.
Wow. up the hill. Oh, it's closed by Pedro Martins, and that might lead Voracious. Now attacks down the inside of the final corner. It's all starting to kick on off. Ben Kelly Macaulay is going to have to be uber defensive here today, hoping to stave off the challenge for what is a net P3 at the moment in GT3 Pro. Here comes a look from Martinez, covered off late by Pedro Martins. Now trying to go around the outside, that doesn't work, and now they'll have Aaron Bart's iconic motorsport car trying to go through. Oh, no, they won't. Here he goes.
Ah, so sad. But at least he didn't spin in the GT3s here.
At least indeed, very much managed to keep that at bay then with that all-important move. Gap at the front now to 8/10, fastest lap. Christopher Bella, 47.4. They are running purple laps, trying to force each other to make mistakes at the very, very pointy end of this field. I am loving this racing action. Marceau Williams to clear now. They're in at the AMG Mercedes, straight down the inside. Bella just gets the clearance going through. That was finite in the margins, and it shows you the risk you have to take now to try and stay within a second.
If it fits, it fits.
If the shoe fits, if the move happens, and if, only if, you can find that extra move, it might just be enough. Anti-Terho is having to look around, and there is a slew of GT3s in front, which includes Richard Hartley, the battle for GT3 AM with Burke and Pearson, and then Christos Libanovnos for Hellenic Racing Pro. One clear each it will be down through Bilstein, having to take a shallower line, and so the drive's not going to be there for Christopher Bella. That gap will plume out to a second or so, a second and a half. Clearance of Pearson. They're going to be battling in front though of Anti-Terho in through the next chicane, and he has to lift well off of it, but a dive down the inside by Burke. Anglesey down to third position now in category, because I think he's just come in and made a pit stop and gone back out again. So Anglesey then has left, now gone. I'm sure he's gone in and made a stop. I'm sure of it at this point in time, as there is Martin Pearson side by side with the Hellenic car going through, trying to take that position. And the answer is yes, Anglesey has exited the pit, and Hoysenfeld as well have lost out in the stop.
Another great maneuver here tonight. I mean, in the official lobbies, I would expect more and more crashes with these side-by-side actions into T1. But those guys here, they know what they do, and they respect each other more than enough to not end up every time in a crash.
Yeah, and that respect is what we see here with each and every lap that goes around. Still waiting on Pro Sport Sim Racing Red to come down in. They've still got the black flag to serve on their penalty, mind you. Have Pro Sport Hyperion need to come down in and make their final stop of the race as they look to try and set themselves up right now with Derek Heiberger. In comes Milos Pavlovic then to serve the drive-through penalty. Peter Hutchings will also come down into the pits, and I'm looking around here at the likes then of those. Sasha Anglesey, I think, is in a wonderful spot here in this race, as now we get set for the final 20 minutes of this one, and it's still all to play for pretty much everywhere. 6 seconds between Echelon and Hydro Geodesic. We do wait for Team Hoysenfeld, and if they have enough to make their way home, or if they have to dive down into the pits on what has been a very messy final stint for them so far.
But what is not messy is that battle for the lead, the overall lead, Dev Sim Racing against Fastlane RT. And yeah, they traded positions, they traded the lead. And there was also, of course, drama with Leipert, for example. But now, with 22 minutes basically to go, yeah, it's just insane. I can't imagine now what they are feeling right now.
This is technically for the race lead here. Derek Heiberger is going to look back. It's Sasha Anglesey trying to get through after the pit stop, and this is where the move has to be conducted with absolute precision to make this happen. On the brakes, the Xiaomi corner, now to Bilstein. Is this going to be where the setup comes along for the Falkenbogen, the Vidal chicanery, and up to the Hyundai N-curve? This is for Anglesey, a move that will confirm that race lead. That gap behind, of course, is 7 seconds to Team Huizinveld, and they will feel that comfort as they go on up the hill that they've got time to make this move. Or maybe the car's going to dive. Oh, it was so close. Car's going to dive into the lane. Heiberger pits, but that could have been Heiberger turned on the nose of Anglesey if they weren't careful enough.
Super, super close there. Now grabbing the last bit of fuel for the last 20 minutes.
Speaking of grabbing what's needed here, this is very, very interesting at the front of this field at 21 seconds here away at this margin, or 21 minutes, sorry, we have left. There's traffic off the exit of the final corners. We watch Anglesey driving with a 7-second margin, but I do really want to go to LMP2 and the battles. There's Heiberger. There was the battle just across the front of your screen on the front stretch as Antti Terho continues to just keep this at an arm's length. Marcel Tai has to pit, and surely now Echelon Simsport LMP3 will inherit the race lead and 6 seconds worth of margin over Geodesic.
And so Huizinveld will drop down the order again.
Oh, watch out for the lead here. Guthline's going to be a huge spanner in the works for Def Sim Racing. Oh, it's almost a lunge down the inside, trying to get that done. Fastlane RT Red, it just wasn't open enough. There's the drive off the exit. Maybe they should have waited through the Pageant Racing curve. Over to Goodyear as they hit the brakes. Big lunge down the inside. Oh, they almost take him out from behind. Oh, Christopher Bella, too deep on the brakes. Gap opens.
Is that the race deciding move, maybe? That he
Not
can
yet.
run away?
Wow, that could have been disaster in a heartbeat. But Def Sim Racing, just by about 5 pixels, I would have put that, and managed to stave that margin. It's still within a second, it's still catchable, it's still chaseable, but at least for the moment, Christopher Bella is throwing what he can at it, but I think he's just too eager. It's at this moment just waiting for a chance. Martins now has lost out the place to Tobias Martinez, so Martinez now up into 4th in class.
So position changes every lap right now. And we can be so happy that there was not a big crash in the Goodyear Kehre down in the pits, so to speak. And now the gap is 1 second between them. So let's see what the overall leaders will do in the end. And Tobias Martinez, for him, of course, great to be back into P4. I'm just wondering, no, but I think that's more than there's nothing more than he can achieve right now. Of course, if there is trouble ahead, maybe a podium.
Well, it needs a little bit of help because he's not a million miles away from Nürburgring Esports. He's about 3 seconds away from that, who they themselves are about 3 to 4 seconds away from Team Huizinveld. So it's very close. But remember, that Voracious team started dead last today here at the Nürburgring. They really had to fight to get up through the order, and they have done a wonderful job at masterminding that as we watch Simon Burg, who had a chance here today to really put themselves up on top, but with the way that the strategy worked, the safety car came out. This was a team that was supposed to be racing for the victory and just couldn't.
And there are so many stories in this race to fill a whole book with everything that happened, the up and downs, and yeah, trouble and glory on the track. And in the pits, of course.
Everywhere you look, there was something that has affected this race. There is Nicolas Radi still piloting the 07 Racing 77. Lead gap's gone down again and is starting to close once more to about 0.6 of a second. Bella continuing close, 17.5 minutes to go, and this a long, long old chase that they have to deal with now. On the brakes into turn one, Bella angling it up, stuck behind Voracious though, and that opens up that battle because Delta Sport Sim Shop let the pair of the LMP2s go. But now you need to lunge down the inside with that little bit of overspeed. Is there going to be a follow here from Bella? No, it's going to be fall back into line, get the exit out of turn 4 and charge off the hill. So how much run can Terho get off the exit? The answer's enough. That will stake them for a couple laps yet.
And they're pushing their cars to the maximum, especially fast lane RT. So it's maybe comes down to leopard traffic and luck with the traffic.
Oh, he's lifting. That might be where it all comes back together again. He did not want to lunge down the inside of the Nürburgring eSports car here, did Antti Terho. He'll have to go around the outside here of the Schumacher S and now pick a pocket down the inside, turned outside of the second park for Bella as they now go through. Terho trying to do everything in his power to keep himself at bay from Bella, and he will feel every lump and bump a little bit more intensely right now, and he will see what's there behind him of Christopher Bella and worry about that gap, which continues to fluctuate in and out somewhere between a second and half.
Yeah, even if the mirrors are so small of these cars, it will be filled to the maximum with the car of the fast lane RT red team. And this will be the case till the end. And with just 15 minutes to go, it's the longest 15 minutes for Def Sim Racing, of course.
I'm keeping an eye as well on Echelon and Hydro Geodesic. It's been down as low as 3.8 seconds. A bit of traffic has made that bad for Brandon Roseborough. I think Echelon might have to slightly save if they want to get this race sorted. So I think this is a very tough end to the race for the LMP3s. GT3 Pro looks like it's in the pocket of Sasha Unglesey, but only by 6 seconds. One mistake and Jan Senkowski's all over it like a rash, and the 2 seconds that is there in GT3 AM as Echelon Simsport GT3 AM hold their margin with Josh Burke. Backmarker Racing Green and Martin Persson desperate to try and stay with, but struggling to do so. Bella trying to get by. There, the Hoisingveld car. There is Sasha Anglesey out there on track, 15 minutes away from success for Fastlane RT, who are looking for 2 victories out there in category the same as Echelon Simsport.
And for one, it's just taking it home. For the others, it's the race till the end. And as far as this race went, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some fuel drama for one or another in the end.
Well, there's battles everywhere. Marceau Williams, by the way, P10 out there right now in category, still trying to find a way to move on through. This is a tough one because they've got Evolution Simsport in the AM category behind them, but Hellenic Pro in front, and they're trying to find a way past Hellenic for what would be 26th overall and a gain of 4 spots from the start of this race.
It's also impressive how many places gained for some people, even with crashes on lap 1. But that just shows the dedication the people are giving in here in this 4-hour race.
And again, Fastlane RT not communicating this very well at all with the lap traffic between their Porsche and their Dallara. Christopher Bella again losing time behind Sasha Anglesey, and if there is anything that's going to cost them this race, it will be twice struggling to get by the Fastlane RT Porsche. Battle still heating up. Bella still trying to hold himself steady here with Antti Terho just in front. Every lap is a win for Def Sim Racing at the moment. They are ticking them off one by one, counting down the laps, but realise as well that they still have to push in terms of their margin, because they got to work out whether they've got enough to the end. A little bit of gravel kick up then coming out of the Bilstein corner, and you look around this circuit, especially up at the top when it comes to Hyundai Enka, it is a sand pit up there because of the iRacing debris system, and of course the track refresh that's gone on. Everyone's been kicking up gravel up over the top of that section.
Yeah, also here in the last corner, what is it now, the Hyundai N corner? Yeah, there's also much gravel on the outside. What is happening here? Oh, he just did blink. But it's okay, I think.
He's all right. John Rice as well, all right. Fantastic strategy by Echelon. Jumped themselves ahead of Hydro Geodesic, going a little bit longer. Brandon Roseborough, 49 flat compared to 49.4 on that last lap, took 0.4 of a second. Is there going to be a response here from John Rice as he looks to try and pilot a car with him and Zach Hebert, that has done so well and is looking to become LMP3 championship leaders if it all ends up the way it needs to? That gap, 49 flat, 50 flat from Brandon Roseborough. They get a second this lap. That might be everything. That might be absolutely everything that is needed. Brandon Roseborough cannot afford any slip-ups from here, needs some help to get back to John Rice, and I don't think he's going to get it out there in this race. I think he's going to really struggle to find the gap that he needs to go and move on through. But this is a geodesic team that crashed out at Daytona and needs a bit more to try and just get over the line. It's a team that has so much history when it comes to endurance. Every time you see them in any form of endurance race, you know they're always going to be up there and trying to compete. But for the moment, they are second and they are short of Echelon.
And I really think Echelon is now listening into their car for any weird noise, basically. Also, they can't afford anything with that gap that they have by 1.3 seconds. Of course, it's a little bit more comfy, and Therefor takes the fastest lap again, 1:47.376.
That fastest lap netted them 15 thousandths of a second more margin. That is how hard they're pushing each other. They are trading purple in the final 10, and if they go over 100%, a mistake will happen between these drivers. They cannot afford to sit back. Josh Burke, by the way, still with 1.3 seconds. That is enough to say that you are at an arm's reach at this stage. So this is doing enough for them against backmarker Racing Green. They are just keeping Martin Pearson back, and Martin is trying to do what he can. 10th by 10th, he tries to reel it in, but 10th by 10th doesn't do it anymore with this time remaining.
Yeah, that's right. And it's still unbelievable what we are talking about. We're talking about an endurance race, 4 hours, and now it's about 10th or 10th, which you gain or lose to win this race. And of course, hold yourself together and maybe your heart rate down. And it would be fun to listen to the communication between the driver and the others, because it would be so interesting also for us, for the sim racing team, to see how they try to calm him down and yeah, make him win this race.
Well, I think naturally he's a Finnish driver, so he's born calm. I think it's the way that it comes across. Yeah. But Christopher Bella now pulls down the gap to 1.2, 0.2 of a second. Traffic on the horizon in the form of Aaron Barter there in the LMP3 that's there in front, and they are the trickiest to try and get by. The LMP3's out there. In front of that, then Nicola Radice, who is there as, oh, spins in front. Radice spins in front, so to clear that, that's no problem at all. But now the LMP3 becomes a very important port of call in terms of how to get by. Clear this, and maybe Therefor can be home and hosed, but for the moment, Fastlane RT Red, they just have to keep the pressure up, and they're doing a great job of it, is Team 33. They are trying everything they can right now down the Paget Racing curve.
It's far from over here. Under 8 minutes, but still drama on the horizon. It can happen so fast.
So I'm just looking at what's happened here. Car 148 has dropped off the timing screen here, and I wonder if that is something or a technical out there, or he's had contact somewhere. I don't quite know. He was coming through the Bilstein corner, and I think that is going to be them done, and that might be the equivalent of an engine going boom for Team Heusinkveld, which will be such a huge shame if that's the case. Clearance needed going up through. Wiggle though through the corner. Barter slow on the exit. Spins around just in front of Bella. That would have slowed him up a bit, but he still kept the foot in, and the gap's under a second.
Unbelievable. What is happening here? Yeah, and I checked for Marcel T also. He blinked here and there, and then he was gone.
Yeah,
so,
connection gone.
How sad.
And now look at the GT traffic here, because this is Michael Weber, downforce duo that they're going to have to get by. No love on the inside, no love on the inside of the exit as we watch Armela and Puhaka. Puhaka's gone through, but the lead battle, we've got to go there with 6 minutes to go, because now they're tripping over each other. Here's they go through. How do you get by the downforce duo? You've got to go hard to the right-hand side. Christopher, if you need to get that done, does so. Gap still at 0.7 of a second. Def SimRacing are clinging on like rock climbers.
Wow, and now it comes all together. What multi-class racing is all about. Racing the hardest, chasing your opponent, be on top, and still manage the traffic calmly.
But they're still not through all of it right now. They still look at Parvo Marlow that they've got to get by, and up through the Schumacher S they've got to try and find the clearance. That's a very tough place to get it done. Round the outside, that's the clearance there, one. Now you've got to get it done before Xiaomi here, and this is a big lunge down the inside, a must-need lunge down the inside done by Christopher Bella. Every single car in front of them right now is a gauntlet that they must overcome. This is where Christopher Bella's got to be at his best. Anti-Tahoe is just willing traffic in front to just somehow slow down the charge of fast lane RT Red.
Yeah, of course the Schumacher S with GT3 traffic, that's always a bad spot. So the gap is very, very close again for the final 5 minutes, and maybe in T1 something is gonna happen.
Well, there's a little bit of slipstream that helps from Thomas Seifert. The NJP Performance by NF CAD car, that gives them some safety here, but they've still got to clear Manatee Blue. They've still got to clear Delta Sport Simshot 169 that's up on the horizon. But right now at 0.3 of a second, it's there inside 5 minutes, and with doing 1:48, they're going to be around 3 laps to go. Wide line taken, trying to attack off the exit of these corners here. Anti-Tahoe, watch out, because Def SimRacing have got fast lane in the fast lane, like they've taken the Autobahn here. Big lunge! Here he goes, down the inside, not quite!
But it is a warning shot, nonetheless.
That they have teased 2 or 3 times, tries to go again. Every corner he tries to go. Christopher Bella wants this, and he wants it now. He is not going to sit back. He is not going to wait to try and find this move. But right now, Anti-Tahoe, resolute.
Speaking of riding the bullet, here we go with Christopher Bella.
Every corner now becomes an opportunity. Oh, mistake, half mistake by Anti-Tahoe. Grabbed the grass on entry, heading into Bilstein. Christopher Bella, if he's got drive, might just have a moment here through the Falcon Bogan and up the hill towards that net speed old chicanery. Has to fall into line, but the end curve might be the place. They're sat on 2 laps to go here, trying to work out when and where the right place is to make a move. The gaps are still going to be important. Keep a close eye on GT3 AM as well, because they're not done either in their battles. Back marker green, still close to Echelon Simsport GT3, but still Bella close, but close isn't doing it right now. Maybe needs a lap.
Yeah, slight mistake on the final corner with a little oversteery moment there. Saves. Oh. saves Dev Sim Racing again in this lap. But as you said, 3 laps you said, so it's 2 laps to go. So more little opportunities.
Oh, this is big for Simitok Sensations Velocita. This is championship defining for them. Contact as they go through, trying to get past Charles Aguilera for Fast Repair Motorsports LMP3 for 1 spot on the podium that remains there. It's all going on. Maxime Dumoulin trying to find his angle, trying to find his moment, trying to find his move, and still he blinks and flashes, trying to find it. He'll search again, it's not there.
But it was also very, very tough racing there, side by side with contact. So more easy for John Rice at the moment in the final stage of this race.
And I look to Antti Terho, and that gap is about 10 car lengths right now as they go through. Sasha Anglesey managing the gap at 4.4 seconds. It's a bold chase by Jan Senkowski, but it's not there. How's your nerves as the white flag is about to be waved here, as it's still on here, and it might be 2 laps to go for this battle that goes on in GT3 AM. Antti Terho takes the white flag here at the Nürburgring. Milos Pavlovic, what a time for a fastest lap. Pressure makes diamonds, and at the moment, Antti Terho, and the time he needed it the most, has gone and got one as he now moves through 1 second at the line. But look at how heavy the traffic is. It only takes one of them to have a moment, and the whole race changes. Oh, it's fun. Oh, contact. Round. Oh. That'll do it. That'll do it. Round goes. Fast lane red. Christopher Bella desperate to get by Pavlovic. Pavlovic had none of it, and Christopher Bella now must settle for second place with just half a lap to go by the time they finish the Paget Racing Cup. Antti Terho will now be in the happiest spot in the world, because he knows now that he's got himself an all-important gap that he can look and run on home with. 3 cars in front, and now a gap that he can work with. How does he clear them? First one, easy done. Marceau Williams. Now, Cade Middleton and Christos Livanovnos that he's got to get by. Hits the brakes, follows the LMP3. The GT3 slides out of the way, but now in just a handful of corners, out of Bilstein, up through the Falkenbogen. A little bit of blinking in front of him, but knowing that he's only got one real challenge left in terms of his corners. You talk about how important victories are for sim racing. This might be one of the most important ones out there, because it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what holds you back. This was, simply put, a dramatic finish to an incredible race. Antti Terho and Dev Sim Racing win at the Nürburgring. Fastlane will come back in second. Christopher Bella would love a redo button to do that all over again. Marshmallow are going to be in third when all things are said and done. John Rice making his way up through, so too will Sasha Anglesey heading towards the line. Great driving here, Sebastian, from John Rice and Echelon. Keep an eye out on them with Zach Hebbert. They have done wonderfully to give themselves the strategy in LMP3, taking advantage of Team Hoisingveld's mistake.
Yeah, congratulations to John Rice and the Echelon SimSport crew. Also a great victory. It was close in the end. Brandon Roseborough was on his tail, but in the end it was enough. And of course on the expense of Team Hoisingveld. Who did finish, I guess.
Sasha Anglesey over the line, wins for Fastlane RT in your GT3 Pro category, staving off the charge, heading through, and crucially, podiums there for Nürburgring Esports, but we will have to go back to Martin Persson, who is still desperately trying to chase down Joshua Burke, but there is now only one place where that move can be done. The Hyundai N-Curve through the Falkenbogen. They go for the final time, as these two have been battling for the entire hour and 20 minutes that they've had to go with. Persson chucking the car in through the corner, trying desperately to close that gap, lunging down the inside, too far back. needed a couple laps more. Josh Berg makes sure it's 2 victories today for Echelon. They'll take that and say we were top dogs with that GT3 AM going their way, and some wonderful results up and down this order. That will give us the opportunity to go over and take our classified results here from the Nürburgring Grand Prix without chicanes to play with. A 4-hour race and 22 more seconds you can add to that. Def Sim Racing will have a huge smile as they will now enter the title race with the victory that they have put here today around the Nürburgring. They win by 7.8. Doesn't tell you how close they had to fight with Fastlane RT Red. Marshmallow Racing Team Frida will end up in 3rd and maintain the championship lead ahead of Unlucky Luke Racing and Havu, who rounded out a top 5. Good drive by Puhaka. Just able to stave off BP Racing in 6th with Lippert Racing in 7th. A lap down for Hyperion. It was 7 down for 07 Racing. And then the big 2 in trouble. Fastlane RT White, who found the attenuator, and Iconic Motorsports number 48 also out 125 laps short. Sebastian, LMP3 was a very interesting battleground.
Yes, of course. On the expanse, as we said, of Team Heusingfeld, the winner, Echelon Sim Sports, in front of Hydro Race Geodisc Racing. Very close battle up till the end. 3rd, Fast Repair Motorsport LMP, Simmertug Sensations Velocita in P4. Maniti Racing Purple takes P5. Delta Sport Sim Shop in P6. Team Heusingfeld did rejoin the race after the disconnect and finishes in P7. Iconic Motorsports in P8. Simmertug Sensations in P9. And Hyperion Racing in P10.
And that was all of your drivers there. GT3 Pro and Fastlane RT now move themselves firmly into control of the GT3 category with their victory here today and their win over Team Heusingfeld. The Nürburgring Esports Eschbach team end up in 3rd place overall, with Voracious managing 4th, so it keeps them in the title hunt after not finding a qualifying that worked for them. Delta Sport Sim Shop then would find themselves with the 288 outfit in P number 5 ahead of the Addicted Racing Crew and Hyperion Racing 3. Backmarker Racing White would be 8th in class with Hellenic Racing Pro and Fury Sim Sports Green. Top 10 from starting off in the pit. Behind them in terms of category, we flip the page to Pro Sport Sim Racing Red, who had a lot of promise early on and had a fantastic lineup to go and make a result of this, but weren't able to manage it, with Echelon Sim Sport GT3 Pro and the 2 NJB performances and FCAD, the last finisher, with Volker Transport not finding the end, and neither did the second of the Delta Sport Sim Shop cars, the 289. And finally, over in your GT3 AM, where Echelon Sim Sport GT3 AM was able to find the result ahead of Backmarker Racing Green. It was a very close fight between them, as BP Racing 2 and Downforce Duo would be laps down by comparison, and the safety car basically put an end to that, with Evolution Sim Sport 5th, Manatee Racing Blue in 6th, and then earlier on, Spin and Toe found themselves with a great opportunity, but P7 for them, all that they can manage out there as they went through. Sebastian, absolutely fantastic racing up and down the order. Everyone was absolutely stoked to go and put themselves into the right line as they went through. But when you sit down and look at a result like that for the teams that needed it, this is a huge, huge chance for teams to have stepped up. And some teams have, and some teams really didn't grasp the bull by the horns.
Yeah, that's the case here tonight. We have so much stuff going on here. We had the full course yellow. We had spins on the first lap and crashes. We had spins in the end, which were totally unexpected, and of course spins under pressure by racing hard with purple lap times, one lap and another, and of course drama and disconnects. We had everything that counts here in this SimRacing Republic presented 4 hours of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, we had some wonderful battling out there, and on top of that, we do have a couple of drivers who are very happy to come in and have a chat with us. And I think we've got to start with some of your race winners out there overall in LMP3. Zach Hebert joins us right now. Zach, important win for you and the team, because not only is it a victory that confirms that you are up there in the LMP3 standings, but it's one that gives you the championship lead now after Huizenveld's troubles today. But for the longest time, it looked like Team Huizenveld were happy to walk away with it, and you were sitting down going, well, there's not much more that I can do except try and fight for the minor positions.
Absolutely. Basically, I mean, they had such incredible pace today. The beginning of the race did not go well for myself. Those first 2 laps just kind of put us on the back foot with just some checkups in the field, as well as just kind of, lap 1 stuff, and all of that. So we got shuffled to the back and basically just said, put our head down, run our own race, see what happens. And then eventually, again, through other mistakes and just keeping our nose to the grindstone, we eventually made our way to the front to hand the car off to John. And John just did an incredible job that the last 2 stints that he drove towards the end of the race to just kind of keep the pace. We took the gamble with Gio pitting early because I think they were expecting potentially another safety car so that they wouldn't have to pit again for fuel. But I think that also put them back in traffic, so we gambled there not being a safety car. So luckily, it worked out for us, and just a great team win all around today.
Fantastic team win. So let's talk up about Interlagos, which will be the final round that will be there for the Republic. You sit down a track that is not necessarily the easiest track to go battle with in GT spec, but one which you look at here in your LMP3. Is this going to be one where you just look at and try and get all the pieces together? Because it looks like a track that's got a little bit of everything.
Absolutely. I've raced it there before in some of the iRacing officials, and it's a great track between the LMP3s and GT4s. Today, I think, was a good test about how the field interacts, just on a normal style circuit compared to what Daytona was in the first round. Daytona's kind of an oddball in terms of it's a very low drag, high speed, that the classes don't really get to interact between different corner types and stuff like that. So Interlagos, I believe, will still be a really good race between all the classes. And we're just going to look forward to putting our best foot forward and seeing what we can do there.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck, Zach. It is a brilliant victory for you and your team. The floor is yours for anyone you'd like to thank.
Just a big thanks to Echelon. Is that we've kind of been on the grind for the past 3 years, just looking for, working our way up, and just a big thanks to all the support from everybody there, from Jason and all of them. Like I said, it's great to get this first win off of our shoulders, basically. But a big thanks to them, and a big thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast and everything.
Yeah, not a problem. Zach Hebert joining us there and picking up a wonderful race result here with us. Down the paddock, Sebastian Holmichael has had a little bit of a walk. I believe he's found himself with another driver out there. I believe he's with the 329 of Josh Burke.
Hey Josh, how are you? How are you feeling after this 4 hours of the Nürburgring?
Hey fellas, feeling pretty good. Glad we could get the win done. It was a really exciting race. Really great traffic interactions. Difficult to pass here a little bit in the GT3s, but we were able to get some things done on track and then as well on the pit strategy. But yeah, feels really good to come away with a win.
Yeah, always scary in a Schumacher S if the faster cars come in from behind. And how did you feel about the full course yellow situation?
Full course yellow actually worked really well for us. Being in the GT3 AM class, one of our drivers has to fulfill a 55% driver requirement. And so we had just done the driver change right before the full course yellow. And so it was able to work out perfectly where we didn't actually have to do a second driver swap. So it worked out perfectly for us. As soon as I got in the car, pretty much I think on the second or third lap of my stint, pretty much just full course yellow came out, immediately went to fuel safe mode, managed those tires, and then when we went back green, it was some pretty exciting, aggressive racing that we had, but it was great. We were able to win.
Yeah, and how much sweat on the hands and listening to your car and maybe to your hardware at home.
Yeah, I don't have a heart rate monitor on. I really wish I did. And I at some point going through Schumacher S's like too wide, I'm pretty sure I could feel my heart pounding at my chest. So yeah, it was really exciting.
Sounds great. Yeah, also like a thing which produced by the great multi-class racing here tonight. And yeah, some had drama. You did not have any drama, so you took the win like you deserved it, of course. So congrats to the whole team.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Shout out to our LMP3 teammates as well. Congrats on their win. Shout out to my teammate Mike and everybody back at Echelon for their support.
Thank you. Have a good night then.
Thanks,
and,
guys.
See you maybe next time. Goodbye.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Well, there you have it. That was Josh Burke, and I believe I've just managed the chance to drag two people along for the ride with me. One, Jeremy Rouleau, and one, Sasha Anglesey, who are both here with me. Victories in the GT3 Pro category. Jeremy, I'm going to come to you first because you had the ability to take the car off at the start. It's a very, very difficult racetrack here sometimes at the Nürburgring, but it looked like you had the ability to build a gap and build a gap comfortably.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, it's okay because I'm a Nürburgring GP driver. It's my track, and yes, the car is good, not fast. We need to adjust little BOP for the minimum wing compared to other guys, and yes, it's okay. My quality is good. I mistake my fast lap, and it's okay.
Well, you had a very good run at the start. Sasha, you took over the car, and especially with the caution that came out, it changed the way that the race worked. Was there much looking around at the competition thinking, okay, it's going to be a simple race, our main rivals in Voracious had to start at the back, but talk us through the final stages when you know that you've got Huysingveld hunting you down and bringing that gap to a second. How did that last strategy call come into play to give you the gap you needed?
Hi. Honestly, it was quite difficult with the car. We didn't get the fastest car here, so we need to manage to really go fast, and we got a really fast Mustang behind us. So yeah, it was not that easy, honestly, at the end. But yeah, I'm really proud of Jeremy from what he has done here with the quali and his first stints. And yeah, we managed to do something great here. I'm proud for the team too, so all good, honestly.
Well, I'll ask both of you this final question. You both have the championship lead. Voracious are still close to you in the championship. How are your feelings going into Interlagos? Do you feel that it will suit the Porsche?
Honestly, if the track is really warm like this, really hot, that will be a bit hard with the Porsche, but we will hope to get the same result, of course. And yeah, it will be, of course, really good to get another P1 there.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck with that. After picking up second at Daytona, it's a win here for the RT team, who find themselves with what they needed here at the Nürburgring.
Thanks.
So there you have it. That will be pretty much everyone as we go through, except for one more, because Sebastian's jumped down in and he's found our good friend Ozjan Puhaka alongside him now.
Ossi, how are you doing?
Oi. So, I'm sure you're glad I got that.
Yeah. We are all.
Yeah. Otherwise, there would have been a really awkward silence. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well, I'm fine now, actually, cause maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago, I was very unsure, and maybe 1.5 hours ago on my first stint, I was ready to tear my hair out until I remember I don't have any anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also time for awkward silence then. But later on in the race, of course, there were some possibilities, I think, where you did even step onto P3.
Yeah, so there were some instances where we could have improved our position. Henry had a good pace after lap 1 shenanigans, shall we put it that way, and I was after the pace car came out and I went into the car, I was sure that okay, Henry was driving pretty much the leader's pace, matching the leader's pace. I was like, I can do that, and I was confident I was going to pretty much mix into the battle and see what's gonna happen, podium possibly even more, and instead I just never got the car under me, and that's just because I was cold going into the car. I had been spotting for a couple of hours. I had been doing everything else but practicing for the previous hour or two, and when I went to the car, I just got no feel for it. It was awful.
Okay, but did it develop better when the track got cooler, or what was the issue?
I'm not really sure. Track got a little bit cooler, I guess that helped. What helped more is after the first stint, I was able to get a sort of a reset in the pits, in a sense that I was able to recalibrate myself, get the car going again, get into a new tire window, and just be a little bit more confident with the car. I could find the right gears right away, right lines, and I could just progress with the speed.
Yeah, so in the end, P5 is that what was manageable, I would say. So yeah, with the shenanigans from the beginning, and the full course yellow, and yeah, being more comfy in the car, I think that was a good achievement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a stand-in with this. In this series, we got Teemu Korhonen, who is normally driving. Greetings to hello to Teemu, wherever you are in Lisbon, in warmth. I'm not jealous at all. It was snowing this morning in Finland. Fun fact. And so not jealous at all. But yeah, I would like to say that P5. You know, usually one would look at P5 in class and say, yeah, that's decent, that's points, that's better than some teams got. But I'll be honest with you, and I'll be really honest with you. The kind of team we are, the kind of pedigree we have in Havu, used to be Inertia SimRacing, now we're Havu, have been for a couple of years. We're not fighting for P5s, even in a series that is as good as this one. We shouldn't be fighting for P5s, we should be fighting for wins, for podiums. And the fact that we aren't, it just goes to speak of a failure in myself as a driver, and you know, just lack of proper preparation, that we haven't put in the work that is needed to win. And it's really a wake-up call that we just can't come into this series and a series like this and expect to waltz into a win, which we can't do that anymore. The level playing field has gone up so much in the last few years in sim racing in general, so we have to step up.
Yeah, really, there were some really competitive drivers here tonight who doesn't make many mistakes. And what is your sight on Interlagos then? Will it be a better race for you fighting for podium?
I hope so. I mean, it's gonna be Henry and Teemu again. I will most likely not drive in Interlagos, but I hope so. It's a track everybody knows, we're familiar with. It should be suiting the guys. The guys know the track pretty well. I hope they're prepared to put in the effort as well. In fairness, we have the Finnish Championship going on at the same time too. Finnish Championship qualifier series, so that's taking a lot of effort out of the guys with a completely different car. But still, I think we're within a shout there at least.
Yeah, sounds good. And yeah, hope to speak to you soon again. And yeah, good luck for the next race then for your two teammates.
Yeah, thank you. And if I may say, just two things. First of all, congratulations to SimRacing for the class win, especially Antti Terho, my ex-teammate, a really good friend of mine, a really lovely guy. They deserve this. They have a fantastic project going on that is spreading awareness, and it's really great to see them on the victory lane. And secondly, I bought myself a case of beer before the race and planned that I would open one if we win, and I would have the rest if we crash. And now I can't have any because we didn't do either. So.
Sounds good. So
thanks for the broadcast.
Thank you.
Oh, Jim Pihaka there joining us. A pleasure as always. But the curtain will now come down here at the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship here. The second round of 3 here at the Nürburgring in the book. So I want to give a massive thanks to everyone who has got this show over to everyone here today. From, of course, Sebastian, from Daniel, and from Dougie, and as well as the couple sponsors that you've seen here today from gridandgo.com and as well from Therefor Lab, which have been up there on the top right of your screen. You can catch all of the amazing efforts that we have in terms of sim racing. We've got more action coming up. Tune in with us with Craig King and Adam Lindgren, because we have got ourselves some IMSA vintage coming up from the very fast Thruxton, which will be coming up, as well as some great bumper sim racing that will be coming in tomorrow. So you've got yourselves the likes of the Skip Barber Race Series from Okayama, the Major Series, which will be jumping in from Charlotte for the World 600, and then of course your classic Lotus Grand Prix, which will be heading from the Temple of Speed at Monza. No chicanes there on this one. In terms of when we're next with you, it is the 10th of May that you want to jump on in and get yourself involved with us. You can join us in at what is 13:25 British summer time for that one, or 8:25 when it comes to Eastern summer out there in the United States of America. Interlagos is the final home, and we'll see who can find victory when that becomes a reality, and a track that can be some of the most incomprehensible in terms of its amazing way to deliver great championship finales. But until next time, with us here on the Global Sim Racing channel, it is a day to remember for a number of great teams out there. It was one where you look at Echelon and they pick up 2 wins. Fastlane RT know that they take a championship lead now over Voracious. But the big one was Def Sim Racing, proving there are no boundaries when it comes to sim racing. Their victory is one which everybody can take a lesson from. We'll see you at Interlagos when the championship finds its conclusion.